That's right, folks. We are here. We are live. Gary, we are here in Nashville, Tennessee at this beautiful freaking studio that we have been working on for a while.
Right.
And we have been working on something absolutely incredible, you guys. We have been building a brand new nonprofit organization dedicated to you, all the secular, humanist, atheist, free-thinking, non-religious people out there. And we don't have a second to waste because we have a bunch of freaking guests. Let's bring on the very first two. We've got Dr. Ben and Richard Gilliver are hanging out with us. What is up, you guys?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, we're excited to kick this thing off. Man. Richard and we missed the memo, not wearing our Talk Heathen shirts.
I know, y'all are looking bad, man. See, that's the thing. This is what we're trying to do with Secularizing US. We are connecting and supporting all of these phenomenal groups that have been working in this space for years and years. And I mean, I know you guys are familiar with this, especially because of the fact that, what was it, like 5-6 years ago, the three of us started hanging out and started yelling at theists and trying to talk with atheists and stuff. And you guys are a part of so many different communities. And one of the things I want to ask is, what have you noticed that has changed in the time that you've been in this space? Whichever one. Ben, you want to go first? Yeah,
I have to go first.
yeah. Richard's lazy. Come on.
Yeah, no. I think like the biggest thing, especially since getting started, like I used to have kind of that like fanboy thing going on with a bunch of the big content creators, like all the high profile speakers and all that. But I think the biggest thing I've learned over the years is that everyone's just a person. Like we're all just people in the same space. And like the fact that you can just walk up to Seth Andrews at any conference and like he's like, especially us on shows, like he's going to remember us and stuff. And it's just, you're just regular people. Everyone here is a regular person.
Right.
And sure, there's in any group, there's some people that are gonna, have an ego trip sometimes and it's a little awkward. But for the most part, I think everyone is trying to just not be awkward around anybody else. And it's just humans being humans. So
yeah. I love that, man. What do you think, Richard? What have you seen that's a little different, either for you or for the community?
I think for me personally, I kind of echo what Ben said. I remember meeting Jamie the Blind Limey earlier this year. Came over to Britain because he normally resides in Texas, and he came over and I met him for the first time, and I was starstruck. And I was like, I'm meeting someone famous. It took me a while to get my head around that. And I think the same. We were saying just before the show, and you've just said, Elliot, that we've been doing this a long time. This little group of people here, we were talking to Cynthia and Ethan backstage, and we were all together like 4 or 5 years, 6 years ago doing this. And this community seems to have grown so much since then, since that time when at that time, let's remember that, the dreaded pandemic was out and, everybody had all these shows that were doing this had just started doing it remotely. And until then, everybody was in studio, in person, everybody knew each other in real life. And now this community has grown so much to this online community. And even, people calling Talk Heathen and, and other shows are like, who our callers are becoming really well known as activists in the community. And, it's great to see that. I think that's brilliant to see people going from strength to strength to strength and coming from a position of not so much insecurity, but a position of being unsure of who they are in themselves. And because of this community, getting that, like really becoming comfortable with their own identity. And some of these people are like, they've lived decades and decades of being uncomfortable within their own person. And because of this community, they've really become comfortable with who they are and are going from strength to strength. And I love that.
Yeah. And I think both of you, touched on some stuff that is really, really central to what we're trying to do here. Especially after 2020, a lot of the in-person communities just more or less disbanded in a lot of ways. And I know that, for instance, the first time Ben and I got together, we were up in Indiana at the Better conference for the Atheist Network group. And I just remember standing around in that room with 100 other non-believers. And it was the first time I'd ever had that experience. And so, definitely being in the South, we know that it is few and far between that we have those experiences.
Yeah, it really is. And you were talking about, you guys have been in this community for a long time. Some of us that are newer to the community are really appreciative of all the work that you guys have put in and put out tons and tons of good information that the rest of us have that will always be online, so we can reference it. And we're really thankful for all of you guys and the work that you put in, and we're thankful to be joined by so many of them this evening. And as we get this kicked off,
and I couldn't think of two better people really to start us off, man, because like I said, if anybody doesn't know, I've been hanging out with these guys for quite a while. We have been out there arguing, and y'all, surprisingly, this may surprise some people, but y'all actually get at it a lot more than I do. You guys are pretty neck deep in the back and forth on the Facebooks and the Twitters and the so forth. So I want to ask you both, what is your favorite argument that you have ever seen? Whether it's a good argument or not, what is the one that you just, oh my God, I got to tell everybody about it? I know you both have some weird ones.
Oh, I definitely have one. And this was one actually not too long ago. It was on Talk Heathen with Sydney. And I think Richard knows the exact one I'm going to say. But this guy calling in to say that women should be subservient to men. And it was just like all the moving the goalposts of like trying to pin him down to what exactly makes a man more logical than women, because that's what he was claiming.
Right.
And his statement that he said that testosterone is what gives you the super focused laser beams, and that is forever my most favorite. Thing.
I'm sure Sydney took that really well and just kind of didn't say much and sat back and just let it happen.
Yes.
Right.
She's normally known for being funny. Very quiet and reserved, right?
I can see her eyes right now.
It was funny too because it was Sydney and me, and I don't think the caller knew that I'm trans. So it was super funny.
Well, I've heard you can always tell, Ben. So
yeah, you can always tell. So that's mine.
What about you, Richard? What's one that really sticks in for you?
There's so many. I mean, I think for me it has to be, because this was the kind of first major one I ever got caught up in, like a debate, like a proper formal debate on, and that's the cosmological argument. It's tiresome, it's boring, it was outdated in the 11th century, but it still holds a special place in my heart, because it's so funny that an argument so crap can get so much traction even still, even after all the times it's been debunked and debunked and debunked and debunked and debunked. And the first premise is shit. It's a black swan fallacy, depending on which one you use. I always remember William Lane Craig said it would be, I can't remember who, I think it was, I don't know who it was, Cosmic Skeptic or someone who was in a conversation with him. And William Lane Craig started the conversation with the original cosmological argument is the best argument for, essentially for God.
Right.
And it was going on about the original cosmology all the way through this thing until Alex kind of said something and showed it was a load of nonsense. And at that point, he went, yeah, that's why I've reformulated it into this other thing. And it was like, you've just spent 20 minutes telling him about how the original one's the best one. Good. Yeah. And that's pretty much it. The original one doesn't, I can't remember the exact formulation of it, but it's a black swan fallacy. And this was pointed out, and it kind of said, oh, yeah, that's why I changed it to everything that we know of that began to have a cause, rather than everything that has a cause. It's frustrating. It's shit, but it's so prevalent in the fabric of this community that people still go with it.
Well, and this is what's really surprising to me the most, you guys, that when this solid argument has been proven wrong, the religious person just moved the goalposts and doubled down. I'm really surprised by that, you guys. I really
They never do that.
yeah, I know.
They're always logically consistent.
Right.
Every single time.
Right. I mean, that's so silly to me, but I mean, maybe I'll have one of those experiences one day.
Well, it's like the precept argument now. If I just assume this thing to be true, then it can serve as the basis for anything else that I want to say next.
It's true.
You know,
it's true.
So
Bigfoot, unicorns, fairies,
whatever you want.
Yeah.
If you just assume that thing to be true, then you can use it for the rest of the argument.
That is true, man. Guys, look, I know we're coming up close to the end, but before we kick you off, I want to see Ethan, can we get the that screen up real quick? I want to go ahead and show. We've got a few donations already coming in, you guys. And so thank you everybody so freaking much. We appreciate you. We appreciate you already. We've got some from Chad Harris, Kalicia, and Nika. We really, really appreciate absolutely everything. Once we kick off Ben and Richard, we do have something to announce for the next little segment, which we're very, very excited about. So that'll be really, really cool. But of course, we can't let either of you go unless you shill for us and tell people all of the incredible communities that both of you have been a part of, because again, the entire purpose of this brand new nonprofit organization is connecting and supporting these peoples and these groups. That is something that we have been lacking on our side for forever. And I know how much community is important to you guys. So whichever one of you wants to go first, tell everybody all the places they can find you. And it's all in the description in the chat as well. So
I'll go first then.
Yeah, it's your turn this time.
Talk Heathen mainly when I'm on there, and when I'm not on there, I'm bossing other people about on there. Yeah, pretty much. I did bits of TikTok, things like that under Skeptic Takeout. But you know, that's only small. Nobody likes me because I'm tedious and talk for a long time, and I'm an incredibly boring tit who's only interested in religion and philosophy and nothing else. So you can find the interesting stuff on Talk Heathen. If you want to be bored to death, go and check out my stuff.
I got quite a few things, not always super active because I do doctor during the day. Sometimes I doctor at nighttime. But you can find me on Talk Heathen along with Richard Gilliver. You can also find me on the Transatlantic Call-In show. And then I have my own couple of channels. So one of them is more science-y content on the YouTubes. And you'll find the link below for that one. That one, I've got some science lectures. I've got some medical myths that I break down on a live show, which hoping to bring that back soon when I'm less busy. And then on Twitch is a bit more chaotic. I have trivia nights there every Friday at 9:30 Eastern time. So right after Truth Wanted, it's kind of like the Truth Wanted after party after show. We just either play trivia or we play Jackbox, and it's just community hanging out, having a good time. So those are all the places. And I did speak with SR and Richard about possibly adding another show to the chaos. So something super, super chaotic. But that'll be announced later.
Yeah, that'll be great. So definitely, you guys, if you don't already hang out with Dr. Ben and Richard, please go check them out. Go hang out on Talk Heathen. The Line is a great place as well. You'll find Ben. So there's always wonderful things out there. But you guys, I am going to very rudely kick you off the screen here. Thank you so freaking much, you guys, for starting this out with us. We really, really appreciate you. Get off. Yeah, great. Well, I am really, really excited. And Gary, you know these next wonderful people. You've actually gotten to meet these two in person.
Who do we have?
We have Apostasy and Dee of the Stacy's Mom podcast.
All right.
Hey! Oh my gosh, you guys! It is so freaking wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Yes. Tell everybody just a little bit. Dee, you're muted. I'll go ahead and tell you before we find that out in a second.
There we go. How's that?
Perfect. But tell everybody just a little bit about both of you and how you kind of started in this space. Stacy, what was that journey for you?
So hi, I'm Stacy, and I also go by Apostasy, kind of a play on my name and being an apostate. So I've been on YouTube for about 3 years now. I just started sharing my story on a couple of channels, and from there it kind of just picked up. And I've been able to host on Skeptic Haven for quite a while. That's where I met you for the first time, SR, which was amazing. And then I just did a few other shows from there. And then my mom and I started our own YouTube channel about almost 2 years ago now. We're taking a little bit of a hiatus, but we're not gone for good. We've just taken a bit of a break just because of life. But yeah, so that's how we got started. And yeah, it's been so much fun. So
that is great. And both of you showed up here in our town in Nashville randomly without telling us. Surprised the crap out of both of us. It was a wonderful surprise. Still just a little bit raw about it, but I'm probably over it mostly.
I think I still love the shock.
It was a separate time.
It was
separate time.
Separate times. Right.
I didn't know I was going to see you, SR.
Right.
So
no, I had no
the
idea.
shock, it was amazing.
It was absolutely wonderful. And we were hanging out in both scenarios. We were hanging out with a bunch of different, deconstructed, non-religious people. And it was all focused on that in-person community.
Yeah.
Which honestly is kind of something I want to ask you both about, because I know y'all's story pretty well. And, for anybody else out there that isn't as familiar, you guys definitely dealt with a lot of loss of community when you were kind of stepping away from that space.
They see more so.
Right. What can we do in the secular community to avoid that kind of shunning and distancing of those people that maybe don't always exactly 100% align with us, or even change their views a little bit?
Oh yeah. Well, it even happens in our community. So
yeah,
I think that's just part of being human.
Yeah.
It
So stop
really
being
is.
human.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I don't know. It even happens in our wonderful community that we have now.
Right.
I think that just as humans, we have this thing. You guys are experiencing it in the United States. Political views will separate you. There's a lot of polarizing things that can happen that you will find, and that will tear us apart. And there are things, I think, that are worth it. And then there are things that aren't worth it. So you just have to know.
I know when I was
Go ahead.
deconstructing, and you guys tell me if y'all's situation was familiar, sounds familiar to this, but when I was still a believer, everyone else that didn't align with my values was kind of the others. I don't hang out with those people, don't associate with those people because I don't want to be like those people. And then when I walked away from my faith, suddenly I had no reason to other all those other people. And next thing you know, I was so much more interested in what's their story, what was their journey, that kind of, and it made me so much more interested and compassionate towards other people.
Yes.
And just genuinely enjoyed being around people that were different than me. So
yes.
have you guys noticed the similar?
Absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
I find that it's like when I was a Christian and I looked at other denominations, and even like within Christianity, and I mean like even progressive Christians, I would think, oh, they're not real Christians. Or like Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses, And now that we've deconverted, it's like, okay, we've all been through kind of the same thing, and that kind of just makes it like an equal level playing field. And it's just like, okay, even though we've come out of religion, like that journey was very similar. And so I like that, because there's no more of that othering. It's just like, okay, now we all know the same feeling of questioning everything and losing some people,
being ostracized.
Yeah. So
What you just said reminded me. I was talking through that with Sydney one time. You guys both know Sydney Davis.
Yep.
And she said, you'd almost be better off being an atheist than being the wrong kind of Christian.
Yeah.
I said, exactly. Don't go to the church down the street. Now you're really bad.
Yeah. Because I changed denominations as a Christian, and a lot of my Christian friends basically thought I was going to hell
You
because I
lost your
changed
mind.
denomination.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I was like, okay, so it's not that different, you know, but
Yeah.
it's, yeah, there's so much just like nitpicking and
Mhm.
yeah, so.
And I think, again, that's one of the things that, you know, when Gary and I were going around from group to group in this area, and we were meeting all these wonderful people and seeing all these things that people were passionate about and interested, we realized that it is those nuances and those differences between us that make us a strong community. It's the diversity that we have in this space that
Mhm.
needs to be highlighted and needs to be brought together,
Exactly.
you know, because behind closed doors, oh, the Mormons aren't Christian, and the Presbyterians and the Baptists, but when they're out in public, I mean, boy, are they strong together, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And y'all mentioned this about, you know, us being down here in the US of A, and y'all being up there in Canada and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a different flavor of how spicy the Christians can get. But I do know that it is currently kind of bleeding over and affecting y'all. And
Oh, big time.
I wonder, you know, do you think that this is a call for us to be more internationally focused with our secular community? Should we start reaching out harder to those people across the world in different countries, even if their situations are different than ours?
I do.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah.
I think we're going to need each other a lot more in
Yeah.
the coming, and it's not that far off either.
Mm.
It's really
Yeah.
not that far off.
Well, the stronger and wider we build this community, and the more connections we make, and the more connections we help other people make,
Yes.
help and helping people find their people,
Yeah.
then that voice
Yeah.
will become stronger and stronger, and
Yeah. And
more
it's
of a
going to be
block.
really important in the trans community. It's going to be
Mhm.
really, really important. It's going to be really scary for, especially in the United States. You're
Right.
going to need us up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why
No
this,
joke.
this secularizing, like, I think it's such a great thing that this has started. And
Yeah.
yeah, I think, and especially like you're taking a huge like leap being in Nashville, starting this.
Yeah.
But like
Tennessee. My
all
God.
the power, more
Yeah.
power to you. So like
Yeah.
you guys are amazing.
Well,
We support you.
we did hear that at the very least, I'll tell this to everybody for the first time, there is some real estate space opening up in our area. In fact, we found two wonderful locations that we are scoping out. One is the old Greg Locke Global Vision Bible Church location.
Get out.
He has
Get out.
Are
moved
you
out.
serious?
He has
Yeah.
moved out of town, and yeah, we might.
Cheers.
I mean, we're teasing, of course, about looking at
I
it. It's
know.
a crazy number, but the other one that we are looking at is we are looking at the headquarters for the Southern Baptist Convention downtown, because they apparently are
exactly
having
where that is.
they are having to sell that headquarters for
to cover the legal expenses
Right.
from all the sexual harassment, sexual
Right.
abuse.
not even
just-
the payout to the victims.
Are you
Not to pay out to
serious?
the,
Mhm.
just to cover the legal expenses.
Yes.
Crazy, isn't it?
And they need an additional $3 million from their congregation to go with that in order to help cover the
Yeah.
legal expenses,
that wild?
and selling their $30 million headquarters. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. Right here in Nashville.
But
Well, good. I know exactly where it is.
that's right. And I'll
Wow.
say, Ethan, can we throw that screen up again real quick? We just got a couple of donations. I want to shout them out because we are that much closer. That's right. We
Oh my
we got
gosh.
$10 from Chris Mallard, $100 from Phil. Thank you
Oh,
so freaking
I
much,
see
you
some
guys.
familiar names up there.
I am so
Kalasia.
pleased. Thank you so much. We are
Wow.
one step closer to buying either that Southern Baptist Convention headquarters or Greg Locke's old place. We will take either. And I'll tell you this, because we got a few more minutes before I kick Stacy and Dee off very rudely. All of these guests are so wonderful, because I say stuff like that the entire time I'm on these kinds of streams. But
We know.
we were told that for this next segment, you guys,
Mhm.
we have $100 match. The
Oh,
next
wow.
$100 that comes in will be matched. Okay.
Oh,
So for
wow.
this next segment, get out there. If you're thinking about donating, this is a great time to do it because your money will go twice as far. It will make that much more of a difference in getting all of our people and all of our communities connected. But
Amazing.
I have to ask both of you at least this question so that we are on stream and it is recorded for perpetuity. When
So
are you both?
suspenseful.
When are you both coming back to Nashville? When are you gonna come hang out?
Oh
with
my
us?
gosh. Okay.
When,
You know what?
okay. Are
That's a
you
sore
familiar
spot.
with what's going on in the Canadian news? It's dangerous for us to cross the border right now.
It is a little difficult. I know.
We could
I
get
mean, if y'all get
picked
stuck
up
down
by
here, you got
ice.
people.
That's
So
right.
Yeah.
You know, you got space.
As soon as it's safe, we will be there
all right.
Yeah.
Good.
because
This
we
is-
love Nashville. We love all of you so much.
Yeah.
That would be the very first place I want to come visit is Nashville.
Yeah, we miss you.
Mhm.
Oh, we miss you
Place I want
too.
to come visit.
Second.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and we
All
want to
right.
come
But-
together this
but-
time. None of this
Right.
tandem.
But I love you.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's really disappointing everything that's happening, but just
Yeah.
know that as Canadians, we love all of you in the US, and it's like all of our friends and family, and it's
the ones
just-
that voted blue. We love the ones who voted blue.
yeah, but you are all welcome to come up here.
Yeah,
Come
come
see
see
us.
us.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. You're not
So-
far either. So
Yeah, but as soon as it's safe, then we will definitely be down there to see you
Yeah.
again, because
No,
that's just
for
like,
sure.
there's not even a question.
No.
Yeah, because I'd love to go to NanoCon, but that's not going to be in the cards for this year. So
that's okay. That's okay because we are bringing it back and it is going to be around for a while. I think.
okay,
So
okay.
we are going to keep doing it and we are going to find a reason to get you both down here for some
Yeah.
community activities.
Yeah,
Definitely.
we love you guys so much.
Yeah.
I know. I love y'all too. And thank you so much for doing this. Tell everybody
Aw.
one more time all the wonderful places they can find you guys. And I know the links are out there, but say it anyway because you're awesome.
You go ahead first, Mommy, wherever you are
Okay.
on the screen.
All right. Well, I'm on Instagram and Facebook, Dee Murphy, and I also have I have a second Instagram, Apostasy's Mummy with an IE because her name is with an IE. And yeah, Dee Murphy on Facebook, and it's a public account, so
Yeah.
you can find me there.
And you can find me on Facebook, Stacy Gron, as well as on Instagram, same name. And then my other Instagram is Apostasy. So, and then we do have a YouTube channel, but like I said, we're just taking a bit of
We're
a
just
break
on a
right now.
hiatus.
Yeah, but
We'll
you can
be back.
We'll be back. So
We'll just go review all the previous episodes and
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
we'll get caught up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to
Thank
see you
so
guys.
much.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you
great
so
to
much.
see you guys
Okay.
so much. Thank you for having us. We love you and we miss you.
Every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Love you guys so much. Gary, before we move on and we grab the next guest, and we've
Yeah.
got some great ones. Ethan, can we get that screen back up again? Because we said we had a $100 match, and we have already gotten 70 of that. Okay,
Nice.
so we have already almost completely gotten that. $30 more, guys, and we have that match in. And I am so freaking excited. I cannot believe this. We are already over $200 freaking dollars, man.
That's awesome.
This is incredible, you guys. Thank you so much. We are going to move on to some wonderful guests because we have some really cool people that are coming up. I know you know these people as well. Do you want to introduce these guys?
Let's see. Who do we have? Right there?
Right here, these
Oh, heck
guys.
yeah. Chad Harris and Drew Beckius. Bring them in.
Yeah, some absolutely incredible guys.
Hey.
What is up,
Hello,
you
hello.
guys?
What is going on?
It is so
Hi, guys.
freaking great to see you.
Man, it's been forever since I got to hang out with Chad.
I know, dude.
I missed him last time he was in town.
Man, so it's so crazy because, I've been hanging out with a bunch of people for a long time. And Gary comes up to me one day and he goes, man, you ever heard of this guy? This Chad Harris guy? And I'm like, I know this Chad Harris guy. How do you know him? So, Chad, why don't you tell everybody how they might know you and all the awesome stuff that you do?
You may know me from several things. If so, either I owe you money, or or you may have seen me on TikTok under Archradish, where I talk about growing up in a cult, or you may have seen me in a bit of a larger platform called Amazon, where I was on a little docuseries called "Shiny Happy People: Duggar Family Secrets," where I told everyone that world domination was the goal. Yeah, that was pretty much my whole participation in that, just letting folks know about the IBLP, the cult that I grew up in, as well as the Duggars of X-teen kids and counting, and kind of how it ties into the complete mess we see today. So yeah, that's where they may have known me from, and I know y'all from being really awesome people that we have met personally. So that's great.
Yeah,
man. And Drew, I know a bunch of our audience will know you and your involvement with a lot of different things in this community. You've been around for quite a while, brother. Please tell everybody all the wonderful stuff that you do.
Well, probably not as much as I should, but I'm going to keep on trying. All right. And no, it's a privilege to be present and be active in a variety of different ways. Some folks know me from the Clergy Project, was in leadership there for a few years back in the day. But yeah, I deconverted a little over a decade ago and left the ministry as a former minister, and have done some writing and done some speaking and done some work with different organizations and whatnot. I like to stay active within the humanist space. And so we have a variety of humanist organizations, humanist communities. Of course, there's larger movements like the American Humanist Association and other smaller communities in different spaces across the US and Canada as well. And yeah, just keep moving, trying to encourage folks to live a healthier humanity and help build a better world. So I'm really appreciative for all that you folks are doing, and super excited about secularizing US. This is absolutely fantastic work.
Well, we appreciate that. I know it's challenging enough for people when they're deconstructed and they're leaving their faith. I can't imagine how challenging that would be as a minister, because not only are you walking away from your faith, you're also walking away from your livelihood. I mean, that's one of the challenges, but you've also, the regular person deconstructing has got their family challenges. I can only imagine dealing with that also with a congregation.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's wild.
And you help pastors as they're making that transition, I guess, and work with them.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's so many, just like you said there, Gary. I mean, there's so many challenges just normally when you deconvert, leave your faith tradition, whatever that may or may not look like, losing your community, losing your people. There's this incredible sense of losing your identity. Who am I? For so many of us, tends to be the more faithful you were, the more fervent you were in your faith, the more you attached your whole identity to it, right? And so you leave that. Well, now who the hell am I if I'm not a Jesus follower anymore, right? So that's just for everyone. But then, when it's a religious leader on top of that, you have your livelihood, you have all of your education. For a lot of religious leaders, they might have several degrees, all of which are theologically based, and now all of that is gone. It's all stripped away. Oftentimes, for most of the circumstances I've seen, you leave the ministry and now you're just trying to look for something that pays minimum wage, feeding your family of maybe on average slightly larger families as well. And so now you're trying to feed 5, 6, 7 kids on whatever your state's minimum wage is, and it can be really, really, really rough, to say the least.
Chad, with your kind of upbringing and being so deeply involved in that church, what do you think was one of the most difficult things having to step away from that? Was it the financial side, trying to figure out that stuff? Was it the, man, I don't even have anybody, people wise around me? What were those struggles like?
I think I'm going to echo a lot of what Drew said about community, really, because obviously being in a cult, a lot of your community is exclusively the people who believe very much like you. But I find this to be true of American Christianity in general. A lot of churches, especially some of the more mainstream churches these days, want you to center your entire social group around what they offer. Like there's a small group for everything in most major churches in most major cities. You can find a bowling group if you want to, if you're into that, or you can find a group for any age and stuff. So when you leave religion, and when you leave, especially a high controlling religion, that loss of community really hits. When I left, there weren't that many people who still wanted to keep in touch with me, that at least that weren't trying to bring me back into the fold. So I had to start over and, just find my people in various, different walks of life. And I've been very lucky. I'm a chronic extrovert, so I haven't had too much of an issue with that. But I find that what you're doing here at Secularizing US is a really important thing, because now more than ever, those of us who are secular atheists, freethinkers, we need to have spaces specifically where we can associate with each other without having, that little sort of Damocles, like, are they going to ask me where I go to church or something, where we can express our commitment to humanity, to critical thought and such without having like a little bit of that social norm of, but we, have to consider, the whole religious aspect of it too. Right. I find organized spaces where secular humans can gather and congregate and be with each other and connect. It's just so important, and I appreciate what y'all are doing on that point.
Well,
thank you
very much. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but that type of environment that Chad was just talking about, that's where he and I met. I walked into NanoCon one year not knowing a soul, right? And there was this guy sitting on the front row, and I tend to be a front row center kind of a guy, and all the extroverts like together front row center,
right.
And
all the weirdos.
I walked up and I sat down and I said, "Hey man, how you doing?" He said, "Good. How are you?" I said, "Good." And then I said, "So what brings you to something like this?" And we spent the next 30-45 minutes telling each other our stories, and we've crossed paths a few times since then. And but I was so thankful to run into you that first time and hear your story and get to tell mine. And because like I said, I showed up out there not knowing anybody, and you were one of the first people that I ran into. And I said, I think I like this community, and I think I want to get to know some more of these people. So that's awesome. And that was thanks to Chad. So
and you both and you touched on this right there, and I heard this from both of you, Chad and Drew, about the need for what sounds to me spaces that, while they are non-religious, while they are secular, aren't so focused on the not religion part of it, right? Like we need some more things that are just us as people and humans. I'm wondering, Drew, how can we do that better in the secular community? How do we get secular bowling leagues,
Absolutely. Well, I think part of it is the mind fuck, if you will, that religion trains us up with, right? Because it builds within us this mindset, which Chad alluded to and spoke on for a moment, where, but it goes so deep as to say, okay, the church, whatever version of church it might be, God has built you to need and to crave community, but specifically this one kind of community. And it kind of trains you up that, okay, you have to find this one community, this one church that meets all of your relational and all of your community needs. And most churches do that terribly, even apart from the theology. It's a big burden to find one single group of people that can somehow meet all of your relational and community needs. But that is the need that oftentimes religion tells us we have, and that we must find, and obviously it can only be found with that pastor or whatnot. But so that's flawed from the beginning. I would suggest that it's almost impossible to find one group of humans that will single-handedly meet all of your relational and community needs. But we're programmed that way to expect that. And so then we leave the church or whatever our faith community look like. And now we're like, okay, well, I don't believe in the theology anymore, but I still have like this church-sized hole in the middle of my heart. And now I need to find a new version of community to somehow meet all of my relational needs. And that sets us up dangerously for a life of disappointment. And so a couple things, couple takeaways that I like to encourage folks with. One is not trying to find one group that will single-handedly meet all of your needs. Okay. Also, not trying to be the group that has to meet every single human's needs.
Yeah.
Okay, so we start a bowling league. Great. Now, do we also need tennis and pickleball and rock climbing and somebody, beach vacations in Europe? I mean, we can't do everything for all of our people. And
Right.
so I think allowing our local secular communities, allowing local leadership to kind of take a deep breath, and even national orgs or continental orgs or global orgs to take a deep breath and be like, you know what? We can't meet everyone's community needs in every way, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And for us as individuals then to say, okay, well, how might I create a patchwork of different levels, different lenses of community within my life? And do all of them have to be non-faith related? If
Sure.
I want to bowl, well, just join a normal bowling league. Okay.
Right.
And bring a couple friends with who might be, non-theists as well. But I think sometimes we try too hard to demand this magical solution that just isn't realistic. In reality, I think it's healthier for us to just learn to be comfortable in our humanity and look for relationship and to add to and build into relationship in different ways, in more realistic ways. I could go on and on and on, but I don't think we're that's the intent here.
No,
I love it, man. I
I didn't
appreciate it.
I don't know if I've ever heard it expressed just that way. So apparently I didn't have a God-shaped hole.
You had a church-shaped
I had several community-shaped holes that I can fill in different. That's so. I've never heard it expressed that way, but Drew, thank you so much.
How, Chad? I'm gonna throw to you before we let you guys tell everybody about your wonderful stuff and kick you out of here real rudely. How can we make sure on the secular side that we don't fall into those traps of the high control groups? What can we put in place to make sure that our side doesn't become those same harmful environments?
That is a really good question. And, one thing that I have learned, just from my own experience is if you see one person saying, I have all the answers, y'all need to listen to me, whether it's religious, secular, or whatever. Yeah, that should set off every alarm bell. Please move on. Because, that there be dragons that way, So be wary of people who have the answer for everything. And I love what Drew said about how one group is not going to meet all your needs. That is so true. Beware of any group that's trying to meet every single need you have. But I will tell you this, in my own experience of seeking out different special interest groups and stuff, I'm really into improv comedy, I'm into sci-fi and fantasy, so I go to conventions and stuff like that. I have noticed a lot of overlap between a lot of these different groups, and I have a lot of friends who are in the same groups or none of the different groups at all, and it's like you said, it's a nice patchwork of the human experience in general. To find your way, find what makes you happy, pursue it doggedly, and do so knowing that you are free to do so outside of the confines of whatever religious background you're from. As long as you keep the critical thinking, keep your own internal red flags on alert, because those of us who have left, we know how to fall back into it if we're not careful, and to really just exercise, healthy community and healthy interactions. I feel like that will take care of itself. And again, y'all's efforts on that have really shown through. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. Seriously, I really can't tell you guys how much I appreciate you. Chad, please tell everybody where they can find you, and then we'll go to you, Drew.
I'm primarily on TikTok. You can find me at Archradish. I've had a little bit of a hiatus myself due to life stuff, but I am going to be picking up making content soon. You can also find me on Instagram, Archradish85, and Threads as well. Also, if you're wondering what's up with the Archradish, it's just Chad Harris mixed up. It's cute.
Drew?
Yeah, so let's see. I'm around online. I've never been one to make a lot of my own content, apart from writing a couple books and whatnot. But that said, I do like to hang out on the ACA on occasion. I do have a website, just my name, drewbakius.com. And I'm still on Facebook and Instagram. You know, maybe I'll make it over to one of these other newer platforms here. I probably need to do that. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, reach out, connect with me. I like to do a lot of local stuff. I'm based in the Twin Cities these days. And so like to do a lot of local stuff. So if you're ever passing through the area, there's a lot of different local events that I can connect you with, help you meet some fellow heretics while you're passing through.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, you guys. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to rudely kick you both out. Thank you guys
Thanks
so
all.
much.
Keep up the good work.
We have met that $100 match, you guys. We have met that $100 match. I see we've got something from Cynthia. We've got Todd Green, the Apostate Sisters, Richard Carrier. We have something from Scott Dickey I saw as well. Thank you so freaking much, you guys, because that means that there is another $100 that is added into that goal as well. So you guys have made all the freaking difference. And keep donating, because we have a bunch of other wonderful people coming on next. Like, for instance, we've got Neil, the 604 atheist, and the skeptic. Oh my God, you guys, what is up? It is so great to have you here.
I was just eating peanuts, so I was picking
Well,
up. those
okay.
numbers.
I'm so glad you said peanuts and not the other thing that I saw in the green room.
Right.
Jeez.
Now,
I don't know what you're talking about.
We knew that at this point in the show, we would need a very serious, a very sober, focused segment, and that is why we scrapped that idea and called y'all instead.
Sure, that makes sense.
I was going to say, well, you fucked up.
We're the Commonwealth contingent, and we don't say smart things. We're just here for it. A good time.
Well, tell everybody real quick. Neil, we'll start with you. Tell everybody all the wonderful stuff you do and all the places you've been, and so forth. That's what I'm trying to say.
All the wonderful things I do.
You talk to a bunch of people, right? Tell everybody about
I
it.
speak to people. Yeah, you know, I talk to people on my channel.
Yeah.
How they found their way free from their previous belief system. Hell, I've even had I had a gal on from my neck of the woods, actually, who was a guru in the world of pseudoscience and new age bullshit like that. She found her way free from that.
Look at that.
And I've even had an ex-white supremacist on. And of course, people from different belief systems. So yeah, that's what I do. And I think we're approaching 600 interviews now. So that's
that's awesome.
Wow.
quite a few.
That's incredible, man. And you've been doing that for how long?
Well, since 2018.
It's amazing. That is absolutely incredible. You have been holding space for this community for a very long time, brother. And I know a lot of people are very appreciative. And Skeptic, you've been around for a little bit at this point too, man. You get out there and you got some notoriety.
I started in March of 21, I think, or 2021. And I think it was in, I know, I'm terrible. I hadn't stepped away from my, no, I had. I've been an atheist my entire life. I was on Neil's show in my earlier days. I think I'd been going for about a year at that point. And Neil got me on. And if you're an atheist content creator, you need to be on Neil's show. That's basically, you haven't become a content creator until you've been on Neil's show. That's basically the rule. The second rule is then being whacked by Kent Hovind, which I've done both. So I just do a weekly video where I just take funny claims about religion and just point out the silly things. I am in no way a smart person, so I just point out the very dumb things.
Can confirm.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it tattooed on me. That was a dumb move, but it fits the bill. So yeah, I just point out silly things that people believe each week.
Well, what I love about both of you is because I knew you would say that. I knew you would say that, John. So I don't feel bad when I say this, which is you are so great at bringing all of this high level stuff down to the average person. You are awesome at that. Fine. And so you have a good handle on the community, I think. And Neil, like you said, you've got 600 freaking interviews with people who've been doing this for 7 years practically.
And I'll keep on doing it.
So I thought this was a great time to ask both of you, what is it that the secular community needs more of? What do y'all think based on your experience? Yeah, I told you. I told you we were going to get serious. Yeah. I know y'all should have prepared. What do we need more of on our side?
Do you want to go first, Neil, or shall I take it?
Oh, you
my
first,
answer's
Ron,
easy.
yeah.
More snacks.
More snacks.
Okay.
My answer is
Snacks.
more voices. We need
Yeah,
way more
that's
people
obviously
talking
it.
about this, and that's like why I
Mm.
started, because I've been in the fortunate position to not have believed in a god, but I did believe in some random stuff. And I just felt like I needed to, especially since I moved to a completely different country where religion is very, very involved. I had to have like an outlet for my not believing. So I created the Skeptic, and that is my way of voicing into the void that, you know, it's okay to not believe in these things.
Yeah.
And I just think we definitely need way more of that going on.
Yep. Agreed. 100%.
That's
More
it, Neil.
voices.
That's all you're providing to the conversation. Just kidding, just joking.
Right,
More Legos, at least, right? More Legos, more snacks.
More Lego.
There you go.
No, I love that. And again, you know, one of the reasons I definitely wanted both of y'all to be a part of this is because how much that community is a part of your focus. I think it's evident in what you both do. And
It's all about community.
Yeah.
it's very, very necessary. And
Yes.
I guess, you know, again, you know, what do we need more of in this space? And then the other question I want to ask is how are we able to champion those diverse voices? What can we do on a regular basis to make sure that we do have all those many different people that are already in our community? We've got some incredible people. How do we get them out there more? What the hell do we do?
I think Neil's doing the right thing already by, you know, getting them onto a space to promote that. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm talking for you, Neil. You just eat
No,
your
it's fine.
peanuts. I've got this. Yeah, you know,
I'll just build something out of Lego.
just work together more. You know, find all these other creators and do something with them. Go on their channels and talk about why you don't believe. Collaborate with them. If you're not I'm not an interview channel. I'm a channel where I, you know, take a video and I talk over it. Get other people onto my channel to come and do that for me so that I can take a week off. But also it's a great way for other folks to see that they're also a voice, and it gives other folks who might not be content creators a chance to go, you know what, I think I could do this, and maybe the bravery to start their own and be a new voice in the community. We are in the last year especially, I've seen tons of new people just popping out, go, I've never seen these people before, who are they? And I want to get involved, and I want to go and hang out with them and talk to them and see what they're all about. We just need to help each other grow by growing ourselves and pulling people onto our channels and stuff.
What he just said is exactly the reason why I started doing what I was doing, because I was watching people and I like to talk. So I decided I got to get out there and I need something that I can do. And I was very fascinated, I guess you could say, with deconversion stories. So I thought, well, why don't I host a show where people can tell them, and then I can learn more about deconverting, stuff like that. Because I mean, I was kind of a believer when I was young, but not really. I thought most of the shit sounded like the other mythologies I knew of. So I thought, okay, let's get these folks' voices out there, and then people that are watching the show are like, you know what? I've had some of the same questions. Wow, what these people are saying is starting to make sense, and I can relate to that and whatnot. So maybe I should go on this show too and talk about. I might still be deconstructing, but I can talk about it. I've had folks on like that too that are still sort of deconstructing, right? So
right. Because I think that's a great point, because secular doesn't mean that you're, you know, completely on the atheist side. Doesn't mean that you're, you know, so hardcore against it. There is a lot of value as just us as people that we can cross those divides and work together. Because I know, again, for you, John, is definitely a little bit of a difference where you started out in life and where you're at now. The South is kind of rough, and Neil, you're lucky enough to be just north of us, but it again is bleeding over into
elbows up.
Face. Yeah. I totally freaking get that. Okay, so last thing before I shill once more about this awesome thing we are doing here, because if you guys don't know this yet, I'm gonna tell you this. Actually, look, because we're fancy here, I can do it like this too, and I can say, hey, let me tell you what your money goes towards when you donate to this 501c3, you are helping to provide a space.
Snacks? Oh,
Atheists with snacks too. Actually, they're just off camera. You can't see them. I swear they're here. They just go to a different high school. You are helping us finally have a dedicated space for non-religious people in this area. There is not a single space right now. If you wake up and you say, "Where are my people? Where will I go?" There isn't anywhere to go to. So that is what your money is going towards. You are helping all of these wonderful people that have been holding this space for a long time, just like these guys. And look, I'm going to go back there because I'm going to end before we kick you off by asking both of you, what is your favorite argument that you've heard from the religious people? You both have heard a lot for a long time. Again, if it's a solid argument, man, I just can't get past it. Awesome. If you just think it's hilarious, we want to hear it. What do you think, Neil?
my favorite's always been, well, just look around. Look at the trees. You know, the old look at the birds. Look at the animals. How can you have this sort of diversity without a God? Well, you can, and you don't need one. So
right.
Mine, it's not really an argument for the existence of God, but an argument for what will happen to you if you don't believe in a God. The threat of hell. And I always think that, like, Satan is supposed to be the enemy of God, and he's going to torture you for not believing in the God, but he doesn't believe in, or he doesn't like follow the God. Surely, if you don't believe in a God and you go to hell, you're going to be with your best friend who hates the God that you don't believe in. You're not going to be tortured by Satan. You're going to have a party for the rest of your life.
Right.
If it was true. You know what I mean? That's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorites.
No, I love it.
And if hell's real, there's scientists down there, and they probably invented air conditioning anyway.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, real quick, before we kick you both off, tell everybody where they can find you.
Go on, Neil.
Well, I'm in Canada.
Oh, okay. Address? Zip code?
Good.
Hey, while we're at it, what's your
Canada?
social?
7? No, I'm you can find me on Neil the 604 Atheist channel, where myself and my very good friend and brother from another mother, Mr. Mikey Famine, and I interview folks about their journeys away from their previous faith. And there's lots of other things. I have a link tree somewhere around, so you can just click on that and find everything, all the silly spaces that I'm at.
Thank you so much.
Blue Sky is awesome too. Oh, look at that Nightbot, who yelled at me earlier.
Yeah, Nightbot gets a little testy, honestly.
I think so.
Yeah. John, where can everybody find you?
In Kentucky. I just wanted to do the same joke as Neil. No, so I'm the skeptic. Go on.
Real quick, really asked in Canada, do I know Devin Townsend? Yes, I do.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So that's cool.
I just saw his old bass player Jed the other day. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's good. See, small world.
So yes. Anyway, the Skeptic weekly show. Come and hang out. There you go. Done.
Hey, see, man, you're good at this, dude. It's almost like you do this for.
It's not my first time.
Yeah, you've been this rodeo before or some shit.
Should let really know that I'm also a musician. That's probably.
Oh, look,
that is true. You can go find out. Yeah. You can go find all the wonderful songs.
I'm British. How about whatever? I don't.
You're a voice actor too, and I'm becoming one too, John. So there you go.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
Oh yeah.
Well, I am going to very abruptly kick both of you off. Because we have some really cool announcements. So, Neil,
okay, I hate you anyway.
Thank you so freaking much, you guys. We really appreciate it.
Love you. Bye.
So, before we move on and bring on our next guest, you're actually heading out for a second because you have a really cool special surprise you're going to go get for us and bring back. All right.
I will be back in a minute.
While Gary does that, I am going to let you know we just got another $5 from Tony Designs. We got $10 from Justin Yahooligan, $50 from Hell's Bells. Thank you all so freaking much. Again, you can go ahead and add $100 to that number right there because we had that $100 match. And because of our next guests and because of how incredibly awesome they are, they did not pay me to say that. They did not tell me to say that. But the checks are in the mail, you guys. But I will tell you that we have another 150. So get those donations in now because over this next segment, they will go even further. And up next, I am so freaking thrilled to be able to have on for the very first time Dr. Kip Davis and Dr. Joshua Bowen. Oh my freaking God, you guys. I am so happy to have you here. How are y'all doing?
Yeah,
Happy to be here.
Man, it is so thrilling to finally actually have some expertise on this channel. I've been dealing with these peasants, these plebeians up until now, and that's why I wanted you guys to come on, because you are here to help us understand scholarship and how we are using our arguments correctly. But before we get into any of that, Dr. Josh, will you tell everybody all about the incredible work that you've been doing for years?
How about I just tell you about the work? Because I don't. So I'm Joshua Bowen. I am an Assyriologist, and I do work in the Hebrew Bible. And so I've got a bunch of books that I've published about counter-apologetics. So the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, volumes 1 and 2. Somewhere behind me, right there, maybe, is the Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery, 2nd edition.
No, I have one over there as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I do that kind of stuff online where same thing that Kip does. He does it better, but we just try to engage with apologists who make arguments that Yeah. He said it. So
yeah.
That's how we roll.
Dr. Kip, tell everybody all the great stuff you do.
Well, I make videos, and apparently I swear a lot more than I ever used to. And sometimes I might even go on late at night without any warning. Which is a thing that's happened recently. But yeah, so yeah, my specialization is the Dead Sea Scrolls and early Judaism, and I have a dedicated series on my channel all about that. And I'm really interested in helping people better understand the fascinating literature in the world behind the construction of this very fundamental text for all of us, known as the Bible. It's a book that we're all stuck with, so we should understand it.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I just need to get caught up. So I walked out for just a second, and you kicked out Neil the 604 atheist and John the skeptic, and then I come back in here, and you're hanging out with Dr. Josh and Dr. Kip.
Yeah, man, you missed a lot already.
Wow. You need a one Canadian quota for all.
we do actually.
Right?
Yes.
That's how this works, I think.
Right. It is true. We'll be keeping the Canadian theme going for a little while. We didn't want to, we didn't want to scare off all the Americans.
We're everywhere.
That's true. That's true. Well, I wanted to mention that you both are offering classes right now. This is something that you guys do regularly, and I would love to hear more about that, because I think one of the coolest things that we have on our side, that whole kind of deconstructed, non-religious-y whatever, a lot of us are really not restricted from looking into that stuff, and you guys are actually making this accessible for people. So Dr. Kip, could you tell us a little bit about this class?
And very eager, as we've come to discover. There's a lot of people out there who are thirsty to learn about ancient languages, ancient biblical languages. So Josh started this 8 months ago now, right, Josh? I think. And he has finished his first full group, walked his first group of students through 3 semesters basically of biblical Hebrew. I'm just in the process of starting a new group, a new semester, and we're rotating through. And the response has been really good. If you're interested in learning biblical Hebrew, both Josh and I are teaching He's also teaching courses in Sumerian and Akkadian, and someone else is teaching Middle Egyptian, I think,
Yeah,
right?
Dr. Joe Waller. Yeah, teaching Middle
Mhm.
Egyptian.
That's
Yep.
awesome. Dr.
And
Josh,
here's,
oh, go ahead.
can I just say, what we are discovering is that, like I said, and it's interesting to me that when the people who we interact with on a regular basis, people who are skeptics, people who are interested in raising questions and challenging the biblical text, they want to know, they want to learn about the languages, they want to see for themselves what's behind it. It's very surprising to me that the response from the other side, it's less enthusiastic.
Right.
That's a very interesting point. Yeah. And Dr. Josh, how did you, I mean, why did you first come up with this concept? What was there some catalyst that made you say, like, look, I just got to get out there and teach Sumerian and Hebrew to people?
Yeah, I mean, I've been teaching Hebrew for about 2 decades now to different groups of people. But when I finished my PhD, I wrote a couple of books with Megan, Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian Guides for the Very Beginner. And so we were teaching Sumerian to people, and I thought it's going to be important. I think probably more important in this community to make sure that people can read Hebrew, and to sort of develop something that Kip said there, which I think is really, really telling here, is that we don't just extend this to skeptics, right? That I think in some ways it's probably more important for apologists to learn these languages. And
We're
you
trying.
might, yeah. The problem is that we've offered to teach it for free to certain apologists, right? Because we don't charge much, right? But $250 a class, $250 for a semester,
Right.
And for $750 you learn biblical Hebrew over the course of a year. And we waive, like we've offered this free. Look, we'll waive, just come and learn, because the arguments that you're making as an apologist are terrible, and they're not in this arena because they're not engaging realistically with the text. And
people who already have shown an interest in learning because they're trying to teach themselves. And we're going, come on, I can help you with this.
Right.
Do you think that's because maybe they're afraid that they'll learn something that doesn't correspond with the message that they're pushing, or what do you think their hesitancy is to learn more about something that's so critical to their chosen field?
I mean, this would just be speculation on my part, or maybe hypothesizing. Sorry, I want to be precise with our group. But I suspect some of it would have to do with, for example, Kip offered a free scholarship to someone recently. That person would essentially have to say, yeah, Dr. Kip is teaching me Hebrew. He's my professor. Right. And I don't know that that's a position that is comfortable.
He wants to be. That's possible, right?
For them.
Yeah.
I don't know
I could
that.
see that.
But
No,
Kip,
you're
what do
not.
you think?
Neither of you. That's outside of your field of expertise.
Right,
Yeah.
right, that's
Neither
right,
of you are
that's right.
psychologists, right? We get that. We
No,
understand.
mind readers. No, we don't do that either. So,
well,
yeah.
I have to ask though, you guys, because both of you you present strong scholarship, I think, often. And, there is the accusation that can be leveled that you guys are just biased. Like, you've always just been hardcore atheists. You're just like, intent on destroying everybody's good time and their religion and potluck dinners and whatnot. I mean, is that true, Dr. Josh? Do you just hate God and
Yeah. Well, in case people
said
don't
yeah.
know, right? It's true.
Let's
It's true.
clip that. Whip it.
Not really engaging with the philology here, Kip. So for people that don't know, my wife is Megan Lewis, who is the host of Bart Ehrman's Misquoting Jesus podcast. And she's an Anglican, so she's a Christian. So, suck it. Everybody that thinks that I just hate Christians, right? It's just so much bullshit. No, I mean, I was an evangelical Christian for 26 years. I was very fundamentalist. Of course, Megan is in no way anything like what I was. She's a good person, which did not go along with me. But no, I think that I'm out here running counter-apologetics because I see the destructive nature of what apologetics can very often do. And that is that it can be weaponized by a group of people that want to control another group of people, particularly those that are minorities, and miss me with that shit. So
yeah. What about you, Dr. Kip?
I was going to say, like, there's a very important distinction there to be made, right? Between what Josh said in terms of the destructiveness of Christian apologetics and, just Christianity, which is sort of this nebulous thing that can be a variety of different things in today's world. And I don't care. I really don't. I don't care what anybody believes or thinks. Just so long as you're good people, right? That's what I care about. So I am not interested. And if you watch enough of my content, you come to understand. Hopefully, the lesson seems to fall a little harder for some, but hopefully what you're learning from my content is that I'm not out to convert, deconvert, deconstruct anyone. I just fucking love the Bible, y'all. This is all that I'm about, and I want people to understand it. I think Christians should understand it. And I don't think most of them do. And a lot of the work that I'm doing, I'm actually quite hopeful that people of faith can engage with it and improve as a result of it. So, yeah.
Well, and I think like most of the people I've met
okay
in
if I
this,
said fuck, right? Is that okay?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
All right. I think like most of the people in this community that I've met, you guys are truth seekers. You really want to know what the text says. You really want to know what the history was, and so you want to get at the truth and not be misled by certain interpretations. And so you're helping people do that. So,
and it's really work that y'all do that allows so many of us to be able to be in this space, because without that scholarship, without that truth, right, we just wouldn't have anything to rely on. So before we kick you both out very unceremoniously, Dr. Kip, please tell everybody where they can find you and support everything you do.
Channel is my name, Kip Davis, on YouTube. I have a Patreon. You can support me there and go buy the courses at digitalhammurabi.com. And if I could say, speaking of scholarship, we're trying to make the best scholarship available to the general public, and in that in the spirit of that, I will be having a luminary in the field, Dr. David Carr, on my channel for an interview on Friday afternoon, 3:00 Eastern. So bring your questions, because this is a rare opportunity to talk to like one of the giants in our field.
And David Carr, so that everybody understands, will be speaking about the formation of the Pentateuch.
Thank you.
So if you've seen, videos by somebody like Inspiring Philosophy who says, no, Moses wrote the Pentateuch, or the documentary hypothesis is all nonsense. Yeah, we're going to just sort of try to drive the final nail in that coffin.
Okay. Nice. Where can everybody support all your great work, Dr. Josh?
So Megan runs Digital Hammurabi, Hammurabi. And if you search on that, there's a mailing list that you can sign up for. I think it like automatically pops up after a couple of seconds. That's the best way to follow us, because all of our courses, all of our books, anything that we do, Megan publishes that once a month. But yeah, I just having you guys here, honestly, is probably the best support for us at the channel. So thank you.
Thank you both so much. Seriously. All right. I'm going to rudely kick you out because we have to talk about some awesome things, because we met that $150 match.
Yeah.
Can we throw that up real quick? Okay. So we got $50 from the Skeptic, $100 from Blind Limey, $25 from Neil the 604 Atheist, another $5 from Messenger on behalf of Titan Uranus, $10 from Cleo, and $100 from Promise. Oh my God, you guys, you can add another $250 to that number. We are $10 away from breaking 1,000. I am so freaking excited. Thank you guys so much. But we're not done yet. We got more people, don't we?
Oh yeah.
You left us just a minute ago, Gary. You went out. Did you get something? Was there?
I did.
There's a surprise for everybody coming up here soon.
Yes. we
Okay.
have a surprise.
So there is going to be something super cool, guys. I am thrilled for this. It is coming up in just a minute. In between then, I have some wonderful people to talk to you about, man. I don't know if you've ever heard of some of these people, but I know a lot of our community has, because they are out there. They are educating people. We've got Justin of Skeptic Spin and Anthony Magnabosco of Street Epistemology International. Oh my gosh, you guys. I am so happy to have you here. Anthony, how are you, brother?
I'm good. Secular Rarity, what's up? Howdy, Gary.
It is great to have you, man. Justin, how's it going?
Fantastic. It's so impressive to watch SR call in every favor he ever accumulated in a single podcast.
Yes, all at once. I just figured I'd burn them all at the same time. It just seemed right to me. Justin, tell everybody real quick about what you do in your channel.
Basically, I've just got the easy mode channel called Skeptic Spin, where if you can convince me, then you're well on your way to maybe convincing some other people. I am the bottom of the barrel when it comes to being able to argue these topics, and I try to infuse a little bit of entertainment into it if I can, because we all love a game show host, right? So I put on my best Guy Smiley impression and try to make it fun if possible, because if it's funny or entertaining, the word will spread, hopefully.
Exactly. And I think, because of that kind of general style and attitude that you have, I just thought, you and Anthony would be perfect together, because Anthony, you have been doing this stuff for a long time, man. You are an OG in this space. Tell everybody a little bit about what you do, man.
OG 2015 maybe. So for the last 10 years I've been involved, longer than 10 years actually by this point. But yeah, my thing was to go out and talk to random people on the street to see what they believed and why. And then engage with them using a conversational technique called street epistemology, which you can learn at navigatingbeliefs.com. That's our awesome course. And I didn't do very well at the start, kind of fell on my face a lot of times, and you can see those missteps on video, but I always try to learn from them and read the comments below to improve, and we've really gotten some traction with what we're doing. People have gravitated towards the approach of SE, and they've made really good progress with their conversations, to the point where we started to recognize it, like, hey, let's legitimize this. Let's start a nonprofit. So we formed the organization Street Epistemology International. But it's nice to meet you, Justin. I'm not aware of your work. Are you on TikTok?
Anthony, I'm not aware of your work either. But
okay,
no, I'm on YouTube's. I'm just around. My channel's been pretty silent as of lately, but I've been doing a lot of stuff with Skeptic Haven. I'm also preparing for BajaCon, which is coming up in August.
Oh, nice.
So, I'm around. Right now, I've got the for sale sign in front of the house, right? So it's kind of hard with people coming to see the house, trying to sell and move and things. And I'm in limbo at the moment. But I haven't quit. I haven't given up or anything like that. It's just Skeptic Spin has been quiet.
I'll check out your work for sure.
Well,
SR and I did some videos together.
Yeah,
not long ago that
you
were
finally
really fun.
let me out of the basement, man. That was a rough week keeping me in there
you,
locked
you
up.
could have
to-
cleaned up
to
a
make
little bit
those.
after yourself.
Well, it
Sorry,
was your
what?
basement. So what I want to ask both of you, because I think one thing that comes through in the work that both of you do is this ability to speak on a level that is palatable for people, but still provides deep information. And I'm wondering what is the motivation for that? Why not use the big fancy words? Why not use all the epistemological, axiomatical? Why not go that route and try to maybe, I don't know, show authority through intelligence or something? Why go that more kind of easier and palatable approach? Anthony?
Well, that's a great question. I guess it's just more in line with my default mode. My default mode was never to argue and to debate and to ridicule. Although when I first went out to try to do SE on religious topics, that's essentially what I was doing because those were my role models. That's really a lot that was out there at the time on the shows. And I'm not dissing those shows. Those shows are awesome. And they're great for exposing faults in people's reasoning in a really aggressive way. But if I'm meeting somebody face to face and I'm recording these conversations to demonstrate a technique, I guess it became evident at the start that rapport was very important, and just being as clear as possible in my phrasing and my wording, and really trying to get to the bottom of how this person was reasoning. So I can't say that I intentionally started doing it that way. I think I just sort of realized if I approach these topics in this manner, they're much more effective.
Sure.
And it was sort of a reinforcing type of thing. And now I don't think I could ever argue or debate with somebody. It doesn't mean that I don't get mad or don't get angry. There's a lot to be angry about today with what's happening. But over years and years of doing this, it's sort of mellowed me out a little bit. And the end result is good. I think people on the receiving end of these types of questions tend to ponder them more when they feel psychologically safe. So if they feel psychologically safe, they might open up even more. So it's just advantageous all around, and also in line with my default mode. So it just worked out really well.
I love that.
I personally know people whose lives you've made a difference in, and some of which we got to hang out with last weekend and or a couple of weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, you've made a big difference in people's lives and teaching them how to have conversations and how to engage with other people even when there's a difference of opinion. So that's huge.
Absolutely.
That's great. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, it wasn't easy. And I'm not the best at it. And I still drop my firebomb posts on TikTok when I see something stupid. Right? So there's a time and place for it. You just can't be always in civil, reflective, open-minded mode, in curiosity and epistemic humility. You just can't be in that mode all the time. Right. But if you do want to help the person that you're speaking with on these difficult, challenging topics, you have to really try to put yourself in that frame of mind.
Right.
Yeah. I love that. Justin, why do you think you take the approach that you take as opposed to maybe using some more of that nuanced and difficult language and three-syllable words and all that good stuff?
Well, first, Anthony, I think SR just found a really nice way to call us simpletons.
I don't feel like that's what I.
No. I mean, so
Anthony's just not as spicy as some of us like to be.
I'm boring. I'm boring. I see videos are typically pretty boring, but
you know what happens? The reason's actually very simple. If you've ever watched anybody try to flex that, gray mattress muscle, and they use these big words and they try to come across as like hyper intelligent, they're just talking past people now, right? They're trying to pretend they're on this other level, which they're not. Like they're not really elevated above you. They're not necessarily smarter than you just because they can spit out a few words. And if you know what some of these words mean half the time as well, you'll find that they're misused. Like they're just using those, as you put it, the 3-syllable words to kick up some dust and throw up some haze and mist and confuse you, to make it sound like they know what they're talking about, right? And I don't know who said this, but it's a very common thing that I hear all the time, is that like, if you want to explain something to somebody, the simpler that you can explain it to them just shows how much more about that topic you actually know, right? Like if you can dumb it down to its basic, most simplest language, then people will understand you better. And it also just shows how much better you understand it. There's no greater example than this than watching a flat earther speak, right? They'll just throw out so much nonsense science words. And if you were to write them down and go to ChatGPT and say, do you know what this person just said? ChatGPT would just say, I have no idea what any of this means. It's just designed to talk past people and to confuse. And, apologetics can be a lot of that at the same time, right? Who hasn't heard the words of Jesus wrote it on your heart, or like, the kingdom of heaven will deny you if you don't. And it's, what are you talking about? You're just saying silly stuff.
Right. Well, even though we don't have a lot of time, which of course is always a bummer with these cool streams. Anthony, I would love if you could tell all of the people watching just a little bit about Street Epistemology International and where people can get connected with y'all and how they can support that wonderful organization, because you guys are, again, I mean, you're an OG, man. You've been holding this space for quite a while and helping a lot of people. So how can all of our community help you guys and support SEI?
Okay. Yeah. SEI is the organization that we founded to promote street epistemology worldwide. So it's called Street Epistemology International. We formed it in 2019, me and a couple colleagues, and still going strong. You can just go to streetepistemology.com or streetepistemologyinternational.org. You'll find websites. You'll also find a link to the Navigating Beliefs site that we have. And we've been doing some really great things. We updated the Street Epistemology website. We built those other 2 websites. We've developed this course that I mentioned at the start. And we've actually found a researcher to study the approach that we're doing. So if you've ever been a little skeptical, and you should be, like we're skeptics at heart, hopefully, all right?
Right.
And we want to objectively test the effectiveness of the SE type of approach. So these were all sort of reasons to form Street Epistemology International. We wanted to legitimize what it is we're doing and objectively test it, and also fund people who are interested in getting into this space. Maybe you're a content creator and you're thinking about recording some SE types of conversations. We can actually provide you with cameras or microphones. We can support you financially if that's what you want to do. We're also on the threshold of launching a coaching and training program. So there are a lot of people who don't want to go to navigatingbeliefs.com and learn SE at their own pace for free, which you could do. But if you want to pay somebody to teach you, we have coaching and training that's coming down the way. We're translating the course into different languages because we want this to be as accessible as possible. And we've been offered speaking opportunities around the world. We're very, very busy at the moment.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of getting a little burned out. I've been doing it since 2019, the nonprofit. I've been doing SE since 2013, I think it was, since I started going out with my camera. So it's been going on for a while, but I'm surrounded by really great people. We have an excellent board, people from around the world. And we're looking for a board member, by the way, or at least a volunteer, somebody who has familiarity with grant writing. So if somebody's out there listening, like, just throw that plug out there.
Heck yeah,
man. I can talk more. I could talk about our nonprofit for hours, but I don't want
Well, and
do
the
that.
good news is that we are definitely gonna have you back, so you can do that, man.
Oh,
because,
yeah, I want to.
yes,
I'd love to talk to you guys.
everybody needs to be hanging out with Street Epistemology International if you are not already. Justin, before we kick you out unceremoniously,
when do I get to kick you out?
At some point, I'm sure. Actually, you know what? Funny enough, Gary's gonna kick me out here after we get y'all off stage.
All right,
Justin, where can everybody find you and connect with you?
Hey, Skeptic Spin has been quiet, but listen, we all have priorities in our life that we have to take. So Skeptic Spin is not dead. So feel free to subscribe. I'm still gaining subscribers. I've got 50 new subscribers and I haven't done a new thing yet since.
Nice.
So it's fantastic. You can also check out some videos that SR and I did over there. But if I could spend just 2 seconds using my plug time here,
Absolutely.
tomorrow, BajaCon tickets go on sale, and that's where any energy I have is going towards.
Get those.
So April 1st, early bird BajaCon tickets. You don't know what it is, Google it, because SR is kicking me out right now. So blame him.
Thank you guys so freaking much. I really, really appreciate you. And yes, we will unceremoniously kick you out because I have to announce a couple of really cool things. One, we just got $25 from the Cross Examiner. Thank you so freaking much. $100 from Drew Beckius. Thank you guys so much. Again, you can add $250 to that number up there because we got matches, which means we are over $1,000 already, dude.
That's amazing.
That is incredible. And you know what? To thank you all, I'm actually gonna get off screen here for a minute.
All right, get out of here, man.
All right, fine.
All right. Yeah, so we've got a big surprise for our audience, both with somebody that we're bringing in and with somebody that's going to be joining me, a friend of ours. And we are very, very fortunate to get to spend some time with this person. And I know you guys all love her also.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Just plug right in there. All right. We've got Promise from Eve Was Framed. How are you?
I'm so good. I'm so excited to be here. I've never been to the studio, which
Wow.
is crazy.
I'm so happy to
But
have
I'm
you
happy
here.
for the experience. This is
Yeah.
so cool. It's amazing in here. Obviously, you guys can see. It's even cooler back there. There's snacks. So.
We do have snacks.
I know. I'm very impressed. It's awesome.
Well, you're welcome to it anytime. Just
Thank
call us.
you.
We'll beat you down here,
Thanks.
you know. So
Yeah. Well, I love what you guys are doing. It's
Yeah.
amazing and really important. So crazy that I get to be in the city where it's happening. I'm very excited. Give me like some little piece of hope about Nashville, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I had your volume down there for just a second.
Oh, hello.
I was trying
We
to cut
all-
off. I knew I meant to
I have
cut off.
such a loud voice too. You
Elliot.
know?
Well, it probably picked up in mine a little bit anyway. So
Yes.
Well, we're so glad that you're here to hang out with us.
Thanks.
And
Thanks
we
for having me.
we have somebody that I think you know very well.
I didn't even realize somehow who I got to hang out with. I knew it would be you guys, which of course is great, but I'm very
Yeah.
excited about this other person.
Oh yeah. Well, we all got to hang out in person a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm very jealous about that.
Yeah, I got to show you pictures. It was awesome.
I want to see.
But we've got somebody else joining us now. Thomas Westbrook from Holy Kool-Aid.
Thomas.
Hey man.
Hey, how are you guys? Your studio's looking a little bit nicer than mine at the moment.
Of course you're in a car. This makes sense.
So are you
Yeah.
traveling around? Where are you at these days?
So I actually have been in the process of relocating to the UK, trying to move my business over there, get all set up, getting into politics, launching a new channel, just going crazy at this. But at the moment, I popped back to the US just to go to a wedding. I'm sure some of you guys know that
Yeah.
Dan just got married.
Yeah.
From and objectively Dan, you might know him as. And my sister just had a baby, so I came back for that, got a bunch of my stuff out of storage, and now tomorrow I'm flying back to the UK, but Secular already asked me to come on, so I figured why not? Who am I to say no? But the Airbnb that I'm at, as I was setting up, there was all of this noise from the TV, so I decided maybe I'll just pop into my car. It's a quieter environment.
All right. Yeah, we had a great time. I hate that you weren't able to make it.
I was texting Thomas about something else, I think. And Thomas was like, "We're all here. You came up in conversation." I was like, "Oh no." And then the next day, Thomas was like, "No, it was all good things." I was like, "Couldn't you have
Absolutely.
said that like the minute after you texted the other part?" My anxiety just assumes, worst case scenario.
Anytime you come up in conversation around this group, we got your back.
Oh,
So don't worry
well,
about that.
Thanks.
So I've been a fan of both of you guys for a long time, and both of you guys have put out a ton of content and helped to educate a lot of people. So what has helped you guys just to stay in this for so long and keep the passion up for so long?
I'll let Thomas go first. And like Thomas is like, "You can go first."
I am coming up on, in just a couple months, the 10-year anniversary of launching my channel.
Wow.
And I wouldn't say that the entire time that I had the same level of passion and dedication. Like it ebbs and flows, right? Like you have periods where there's either drama, or you're like, oh, we're winning this fight, and then all of a sudden someone else gets elected, and you're like, there are things that can definitely affect your level of motivation and your level of inspiration. But I think for me, that the biggest thing that's helped me to keep at it, to keep going, is just that having lived the experience of being in fundamentalism and being in a almost cult-like environment, and then coming out of it and seeing how much it helped me to have people like Seth Andrews and others that have consistently been saying, you're not alone, there's a community for you, we can figure out how all of this stuff works. People like James Randi, who really pushed for skepticism, people like Carl Sagan, who for years fought this fight, and you see how much of a positive impact those people have played in my own life. And if I can just pass that baton on a little bit, or if I can carry the baton for a little bit and be able to help others, then I think that makes it worth it. That's not to say that there aren't times when you're exhausted, but you take a step back, you catch your breath, you refocus, but also the ability to talk about a wide variety of things has helped too, because I'm very ADHD. So I might take a little break from doing counter-apologetic stuff to actually looking at psychics, or looking at demon possession claims or faith healing claims. And because there's so many different things that people attribute to the paranormal or to the supernatural, there's always something new, which kind of keeps it a little bit spicy, a little bit interesting, and keeps my brain ticking away at it.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is that you guys are both putting out content, and it's, it's there, so it'll be on the internet forever.
Yeah.
I was just the other day,
for better or worse, it's
right.
all out there.
Just the other day, I was watching a video about one of yours, Thomas, is about the first cracks in your faith, and what started the big questions that started you questioning everything. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. What about you, Thomas?
I've had a rule for myself that I won't put content out if I don't want to. If it's not something that I feel in that moment. I've never had myself on a schedule. Because I went through that already. And, as a pastor's daughter and a worship leader, like, I had to show up all the time. And I didn't have a choice, because, it's what God wanted me to do. So how do you have a choice when it's God? Right. And so because of that, it kind of took the pressure off, and I'm always excited to show up. Like, that allows me, it's something that comes naturally. And maybe there will be a time where I want to step back. I don't know. But so far it hasn't happened, because I don't feel the weight. It's sometimes I have to tell myself, okay, you need to chill out. You don't have to do this day. I'm like, I know, but I still want to. And it's like, maybe force yourself to take a break. But in general, I think it's just having that, that pressure removed. And then also just like what Thomas was saying, being able to be around other people that do this and have these conversations, it really does keep you motivated. I have my friend here in the studio, Benjamin Fay, a fellow activist from Atlanta, and just like hanging out and meeting up with people. I think that also just kind of fuels itself. And then the people that you hear from, I'm sure you hear from people, and I'm sure Thomas hears from people regularly, where their minds have actually been changed and their life has been impacted. And it's really, like, I know how I've been impacted by the same people Thomas has mentioned, by Thomas. Right. And it makes you want to keep doing it, because you realize this little ripple effect.
Yeah.
So I think that's removing the pressure and then staying engaged. It just is a nice cycle.
Yeah. I mean, I know you've been to some of the conversation events that we do here in public.
Yeah.
And we've had people show up and say, man, I'm so glad you guys are doing this, because you're the only secular people that I know. And that is always amazing to me, which is one of the reasons why we're starting this, and why we're trying to connect and support secular people and help people find their people.
It changes everything. I think community is the number one thing that you lose initially when you make a change like that. But when you're able to find it again, it's what makes it all worth it. For me, I look back at the community I lost, which was in so many ways kind of a false community. It was built around something that I wasn't even aligned with necessarily. Now I have people in my life that I feel fully aligned with, I enjoy being engaged with, and yet I'm often hearing from people that don't get to experience that, which is why I'm so excited about what you guys are doing, because you're making it more accessible for other people.
Wow, we appreciate that. Hey, when I knew that we were going to get you guys on, I had a question in mind. You guys are probably some of the most well-traveled people that that I know. You should have heard Thomas last week listing off where
Thomas has me beat by a lot, but we did hang out in London together. I think that's the last place I saw you.
So
it was.
Yeah.
So the question that I have is, with all the places that you guys have been to and all the places that you've traveled to, is there a spot that is as much in need of building a strong secular community as here in the South, in the Bible Belt, in the United States? Do you see the same need everywhere else, or do you come here and it's kind of just a different beast?
It is definitely a different beast here because we have that other side of the coin of American exceptionalism where like we really need some things that other places don't have those problems because they didn't create those problems for themselves. So I can't, I just feel like so many other places are better at building that community. And that's something we haven't learned yet here. Like the secular people in the US haven't learned yet how to cultivate that. We're learning out of necessity, but like with what you guys are doing. But I can't think of a place. I mean, I remember just myself moving to Nashville being like, oh, I need this personally, just not Eve was framed, but promise. Like I need that too. So I don't know, Thomas, if you can think of a particular place.
Oh, absolutely. The entire Muslim world. You can't even be out as a secular person.
That's a good
horrific.
One. Okay.
The Philippines was horrible. It was horrific. Like the grip that the Catholic Church has there, you can't even get divorced legally without the church approving it. It's horrible. In Brazil, there were cults that were massive multi-million-dollar cults all throughout Africa, sub-Saharan Africa in particular, places like Nigeria, South Africa, etc. There are massive scammers that are faith healing pastors that will pay people off to come in and pretend like they have been raised from the dead or had a demon cast out of them, and people flock to these churches because they don't have the same level of, at least in the States, there are scientists who will push back against it. There are people like the groups like the Center for Inquiry that will push back and promote skepticism and have an entire panel of scientists. And in these countries, that just doesn't exist, at least not on the same scale. So while the US does have a massive problem with the Bible Belt and the scale of fundamentalism that is now creeping into all aspects of life, including our government, we also have a vibrant, active community of secular people that are fighting back against it, like you guys, like the ACA, like American Atheists, like the FFRF, and I could go on and on, Recovering from Religion. There are loads of organizations that do excellent work that just don't exist or don't exist at the same scale,
or aren't allowed to,
can't exist in some of these other places. But speaking to your point though, Promise, in Europe, I do think that there's been a lot of progress that's made because they've gone through that phase and they've realized the harm that comes when the church is in power, when you have things like the 100 Years' War, when you have, the Huguenots fighting the Catholics and the Anglicans pushing back and all this stuff, when you have persecution from the church, they've faced that for hundreds and hundreds of years with things like the Inquisition. And I was just in Toledo where they have entire museums on torture and the torture that the church used in order to basically persecute Jews and non-believers and Muslims. And so I think that because they've seen that up close and personal, there's been a lot more pushback, and the Enlightenment has really taken root in a lot of these places in a way that the US has backslid on.
See, that's why I love you guys. Every time I think I've got it so bad, I've got more educated people around me that I can go, hey, man, fill me in a little bit. So I appreciate that. Before we kick you guys out of here, tell everybody where they can find you and where they can connect.
I'm Eve_was_framed on probably places I don't even remember because I downloaded an app and don't know how to use it, but at least on Instagram and Facebook, that's where, and TikTok is, I think it's getting banned again in a couple of days, but we'll see what happens.
Never know. Thomas, what about you? Where can everybody find you?
Predominantly on YouTube as Holy Kool-Aid. And I've been working on a series on exposing faith healing fraud. I've got the first main series that has just launched on debunking exorcisms and demon possession. And I'm going to be launching a politics channel just named Thomas Westbrook, just named after me, in the coming weeks.
All right, that's awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming in and seeing us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me come into the studio. Thomas, it was really good to see you too.
Guys. You too.
All right.
We'll all have to reconnect again soon.
Just do it. All right, guys. Thank you, Promise, so much for coming in. And Elliot will be joining us here in a minute. But We have had more donations. Thank you guys so much for supporting us and contributing. We're working really hard to build a strong secular community here in Nashville and helping people find their people. So that's what we're all about, and we really appreciate you guys for helping us do that.
I am back, man. I'm happy to have you guys, man. We got some wonderful people in this community, and I am gonna let you let our incredible guests out of here,
all right,
so that they can find their way out of this maze. And we will just keep rolling right along. Thank you guys so much again. Seriously, I love you so much. I have something I gotta send you. I'll shoot that to you here after this. You'll love it. But we got another $25. Thank you so much from Anthony Magnabosco. We cannot thank you all so much enough for this. This has been incredible. And I am just here to tell you, we're only halfway through, y'all. We got another 2 hours to go, and I am so excited. And we're just not even going to stop. We're going to go right into it. Up next, we have two of the coolest people out there. We've got Godless Engineer and David Fitzgerald. What is up, you guys? It is so awesome to have you here.
How's it going?
I am so excited. So one reason I brought you two together, and I'm sure you know I'm going to do this, okay? Because you're always asked about this topic. You are both very loud and very proud mythicists, okay? That you both love that topic. You have delved deep into that. You have a lot of work out there. So here's what I want to know. What is your second favorite topic, and why is it not as good as mythicism? Do you want to start?
Yeah, I think that probably my second favorite topic would just be like refuting, I guess, creationism. And I would say that that's probably my second favorite topic, just because I'm not an expert in that field. I'm not an expert, like I'm not a historian or anything either, but I have done a whole lot more reading and everything like that. And I have far more knowledge on the origins of Christianity and how history is done and all that. I've got far more experience in doing that than I do like a lot of the science that goes behind creationism, because there's just a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, for sure. And that evolution stuff gets over my head really quick, honestly. I love listening to Forrest. I love listening to Gutsick Gibbon talk about it, but my goodness, it very quickly goes over my head. David, what about for you? I mean, you've written a lot of books on stuff, man. So
I have written a lot of books that just and not even fiction, nonfiction books either, right. But all over the place. Yeah, I was gonna say I have such a promiscuous brain. It's like number 2 is like everything else. But the funny thing is, like, as far as mythicism go, I don't think mythicism is that important at all. It really is not. The only thing that makes it important is that everything we learn in the back and forth between the people who insist, oh yeah, there was a real Jesus, and the people who say, nah, I don't know, is everything we learn in that back and forth tells us what we can say for sure about what we know and can't say about the real Jesus. And that completely debunks all these people who are trying to say, oh yes, Jesus talks to me every day and he knows, I know how he wants you to vote and behave and act and think. And that said, I'm super jazzed about mythicism in a way that I've never been before, because the more I delve into it, it's not just Jesus that we're talking about. When you look at all the major world religions we have, all the top 10 or so, plus some few bonuses, and look at their founder figures' backstory, they're all just as dodgy, every single one of them. To the point that now in my latest book, Playing God, I don't just talk about the evolutionary history of world religion, but I go to Judaism, to Islam, to the Eastern religions as well, East and West, and point out, yeah, this person clearly never existed. This person clearly never existed. And showing how, for instance, Zoroastrianism, this Persian religion most of us never heard of, is like the granddaddy of not just all the Abrahamic religions, which we've known for a long time, but the Eastern religions as well, which blows my mind. Just in the last few years, what we learn about the origins of Israel, of Judaism, I should say, and the origins of Islam, and whether Muhammad was real or not, blows my mind. It's there's so much to debunk out there, and it's wild. It's wild.
we started a while ago in this field of scholarship and so forth, assuming that so many of these people were actually real people, but we've some of the ones that are farther away, the Moses and the Abraham of it, it's like, okay, it's a little bit easier for us to see that. But you're saying even Muhammad.
Even Muhammad, we've got family trees for, like, the first caliphs were all supposed to be his friends and family. And that, like, you know, when I first started getting into the Jesus thing, that was one of the biggest surprises, having Buddhists come up to me and say, yeah, we're having the same debates in our circles if the Buddha existed. Having ex-Muslims come up to me and say, yeah, we're having the same debates about whether Muhammad existed. And when they told me why, because of this, I was like, oh, this is starting to sound a lot more like Jesus. And it's across the board. It's like it seems now that the norm for major world religions is to start with a completely invented literary allegorical character that you can put all your teachings on, and then reboot that as needed again and again and again throughout the history of your religion. And they all seem to be from the top down, like whoever was in charge of whatever particular cosmopolitan multicultural empire needed a religion like this to unite all their people together. And so therefore they either created it outright or they promoted an existing one to the level of what we see today.
Very that's fascinating, that need for creating this thing so that everybody kind of, you know, coalesces in the community. GE, I know that, you know, you being in the South, man, you have some experience with that, and especially with some of these newer kind of more fervent breeds that seem to be coming up right now in the South, these more intense evangelical, you know, churches and so forth. Do you see kind of a through line from what David was saying about, you know, all of these major world religions, you know, kind of coming from that top down thing in an effort to try to bring that community around a central message? Are you seeing that right now in the South and in kind of communities you're familiar with?
I mean, yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, down here in North Alabama, you've got a lot of conservative Christians that are definitely using their religion in order to, you know, I guess sort of rally behind this whole Christian nationalist message. And I feel like what the conservative Christians are using God in order to persuade other people and enforce that kind of control. And, you know, it's what it ends up being is just somebody at the top, you know, some leader that's just saying what he wants God to say and getting everybody to believe in it. So, yeah, I totally see like a direct correlation there.
And it's so weird to see Christianity mutating in real time, where the MAGA Christians out there, they don't really care what Jesus says because they've never read the book, you know? And so you can tell them Jesus says anything, and as long as he hates the same people you do, they'll buy it. It's wild to see this whole through line morphing off into a new splinter of Christianity.
Yeah, it's so weird how easily the conservative Christians have went from proclaiming like just about everything's idolatrous, right? Like, you know, if you like having your car or you like your car, that's an idol, and so you're showing disrespect to God. Now they literally have a goat in Mar-a-Lago that's covered in fake Trump bills, and like they're worshiping it. Also, they're perfectly fine with Trump sharing an AI video where there's a golden Trump statue. Like it's a total 180.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird for sure. What do you think that's just, David? Do you think that's just something that is always prevalent in these types of communities and spaces? Is that just what religion does? It just morphs and molds to the new thing around it?
The ironic thing is the people who deny evolution the most, their very religion is like a Darwinism on steroids. It's evolution in action all the time, and always will be, always was, never won't be. Yep.
Right. So what? what is the best thing for us to do, guys? I mean, should we go out there and tell everybody that their religion is a myth, or that their figureheads are completely fabricated? Should we just try to be the best we could be? Or I know both of you use quite a good bit of humor in the stuff that you do. Is poking fun at some of these hardcore held beliefs, is that a good way to kind of get people to open up and think?
I think it's good to do it no matter what reaction they have to it, honestly. But as far as like meeting, talking to Christians about, oh yeah, Jesus didn't exist, that's not my favorite approach. I prefer to have that debate between atheists, because they can't give an inch on that. So it's like it's a deal killer. It's a discussion ender right from the get-go. I think it's important for atheists to have that talk, in as much as Jesus or Muhammad or fill in the blank, any of those particular gods is important. It's worth talking about whether they actually existed or if they're just a manufactured religion. Because at the end of the day, it looks like every single major religion is manufactured. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I feel like reductio ad absurdums are important in discussion, because I feel like it can definitely highlight how absurd a lot of the religious ideas are. As far as like Christian origins go, and bringing that up to just your general everyday Christian, I think that that's a good way to get them to shut off and not really have the discussion. So I feel like the first thing that you got to get through is the absurd beliefs that can harm others, can harm themselves. I think that that's probably the most important thing. Like if you're talking about just talking with general Christians. So I definitely wouldn't bring that up. That's more of that's a little bit higher level of a conversation.
More of a second date conversation.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to bring out the Jesus mythicism whenever you start talking, because then what it makes it look like is like, oh, you're not Christian because you think that Jesus never existed. And like it's so much, at least for me, it's so much of a different story than just Jesus didn't exist. And I think doing anything to portray it that way, I think, can only hinder the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. So it wasn't for either of you. Hey, we reached 1,000. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we just got Ethan, throw that up real quick. We just got $110 from GE, and that put us over the 1,000 mark, you guys.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Thank you all so freaking much. This is amazing, you guys. I am thrilled.
Yeah. I just couldn't stand it being so close.
So
but yet
close.
so far
No,
away.
I get you. I really, man, we cannot thank you guys enough. At least what we can do is we can shout out all of the places that people can go support you guys and the work that you have been doing for years. Because again, one of the wonderful things that I was so excited about this stream is we have how many decades worth of experience represented on screen tonight. I mean, it is so amazing to have people like y'all that have been around for forever. So GE, please tell everybody where they can find you, and then we'll go to you, David, to wrap us up.
Yeah. So primary places you can find me is on YouTube at Godless Engineer, and also on Facebook at Godless Engineering. But I'm also on the other, social media platforms, Threads, Blue Sky, Instagram, and pretty much everywhere else. I'm just Godless Engineer. So you can find me there, and I'm always making memes or making videos.
Thank you so much, man. David?
Yeah. Mostly you can find me on Facebook. You can always shoot me an email at everybodylovesdave@gmail.com. There's davidfitzgerald.org, which in theory exists, but I'm so busy with other stuff, it's hard to keep that up to date. I need to be better about that. But yeah, Facebook and email are probably the number one that is to get me.
That's awesome. You guys, thank you so much. And if you guys out there are not familiar with either of these people, I'm telling you, you will love it. So go check out those links. We will once again unceremoniously kick you guys out. So thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it, you guys.
All right.
We got some more donations coming in, you guys. I want to shout those out real quick. And we have some even cooler guests because, again, we are like right smack dab in the middle. We got $100 from Patricia. Thank you. Thank you so much. And 100 from the Embries. Oh, my gosh, you guys. This is incredible. Remember, that number right there you see on screen, you can add 252 because we got a match for that because y'all came through and helped us out and are making this possible. I love that we have such an incredible community. We have so many different people out there. We have scholars, we have experts, we have people that are very, very serious and people that are very, very laid back, very calm, rational. They never get spicy. They never make jokes about religious ideas.
Yeah.
That is not who we're bringing on next. Oh, we have some wonderful people I am excited to have on. We have Armin Navabi and Chris Mallard. Oh my gosh, you guys. What is up? It is so good to have you here.
Well, hello.
Hey. Thank you. So I want to know before we go further, because I like to steal, man. I like to give the best representation that I can. Okay. Do you feel like my intro for you guys was uncharitable? I feel like both of you get kind of spicy. You stand strong in your beliefs and you'll push back very hard, and you use a lot of humor when you do that. Am I on the right track there?
I do. Go ahead, Armin.
No, if you ever see any humor from me, it was not intended to be humorous, but I'm glad that you find it.
It keeps us entertained, man. You're entertaining. We want to come back.
There you go. Okay. But there's also the spicy. I don't know about Armin, but I'm very likely to go, you're going to hell, and you're going to hell, and you're going to hell. So.
Well, I will say, again, I know one thing about both of you is when something comes across your desk that you just find to be abhorrent and disgusting, which we do find a lot, I would say, whether it's Islam or Christianity, Hinduism, there's 1,000 of these different religions that have these terrible beliefs. Why do you feel it is so important to have such a strong stance on those statements and those ideas? Chris?
Well, in my less than humble opinion, sometimes I think it has a lot to do with my belief that we are under attack in one fashion or another. We are under oppression. We are being oppressed, and they see us as the angry atheists, the mean atheists, whatever. We're the that kind of atheist. They're literally calling us angry for struggling against oppression. Right, we're struggling. They're doing things where we're standing up for, like, our women who are being oppressed here by the Supreme Court, our kids who are having the 10 Commandments and all that stuff, the Bible's forced on them in schools. We are the ones who are standing up for that, and we're angry. We're labeled as angry or hostile or mean, spicy. But are we rightfully yelling out about the oppression that's being laid upon us? And guys, I'm the host of a funny morning show. I don't do a lot of the hardcore angry stuff on my show most of the time. We laugh a lot. I have Father Flanagan's line of products that people love, so I'm more that bag.
I think some of those get a little spicy depending on your religious affiliation there. But
Father Flanagan's line of altar boy, inflatable altar boys. That is true. That's true.
But Armin, you've been in this space for an incredibly long time. The founder of Atheist Republic, the largest online non-religious atheist focused community and stuff. Why is it so important to you that when we see these religious ideas spreading, that we push back on them?
Well, I'm going to have a hot take here.
Please.
Maybe a little bit different. Okay. I think
Armin.
that
A hot take.
we want. Even among us atheists, a lot of people here might disagree with me. I actually want to see passionate defense, and activism and debate from all sides. You know, I'm not actually certain that my position is the correct position. I just know, based on what I've noticed in history, that the more people fight about these things, the faster we get closer to what's pragmatically closest to the truth, or what is pragmatically the best answer. Right? So I just think that the more people are fighting as in debating, not as in like killing each other, but like the more people are fighting over any sorts of ideas, even on the wrong side, the more of that we have, the faster we're going to see progress. I just want to see people just defending all sides. Like, so I don't think like, so I wouldn't vote for, I wouldn't want to see a society where, you know, anti-religion is being aggressively defended. But religion is not being aggressively defended. I actually prefer, because I don't, you know, I think I am very confident about my position, but I'm not 100% confident about my confident about my position. I want the other side to also continue fighting for their views, because that, like, we have a, you know, so a lot of what we do is not just rooted in humanism, because we want the best for, well, anything that is capable of not just humans, anything that is capable of experiencing pleasure and pain, but it's also rooted in skepticism. The whole idea that we defend free speech and freedom of dialogue is because we're not actually sure, or freedom of anything is because we are not 100% sure about our position. So we want a Darwinian model when it comes to ideas, for all of them to continue competing with each other, so that the best ideas just survive. So that's the way I look at it.
I gotta say, man, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't find that too controversial, Gary. Were you? I was bracing, Armin. You have some hot takes, man.
The reason why I say that could be controversial is saying, like, I actually appreciate. So let me actually phrase it in a way that some atheists might not agree. I actually appreciate Christians fighting for Christianity.
Oh, sure.
I appreciate, even though I'm 100% against them, and I'm not going to back down. Okay, and I'm going to aggressively be fighting them. But I appreciate them pushing back against me, pushing back against them.
Right.
I want that to be there. But yeah, go on.
No, I love that. And I wanted to throw that to you, Chris. Do you think it is worthwhile that we do continue to have these, you know, hey, you're an atheist, I'm an atheist, Gary, Armin, we're all atheists, but is it still possible that we missed something about it? Is it still possible that there's more information that we don't have yet?
You know, that's a great question. I'm, to be honest and fair, I'm less about seeking the truth, as some people may be, and more about being against the oppression that's being put on people. Taking and educating people about what their faith is actually based on, so we can pull them away from that faith. A lot of them don't know what their belief is even about. So we educate them. That's part of what I think Anthony Magnabosco is all about. Teaching them, hey, did you know this? And then showing them, and then enlightening them and bringing them away. Because where I am, I feel anyway, there's an aggressive theocracy being imposed upon us. So I don't feel in my position it's really a good way to spend my time trying to figure out whether this God is real or not, or whether or not I missed the right thing, or whether or not I missed the wrong thing, or whether none of those things. I don't really have time for that right now. Right now I've got religions moving into the government and you know, doing what they're doing here in the United States. You've heard about the things they've. We don't want to go into it. We don't have enough time to cover that. We have a show on the Daily Atheist Morning Show. For those of you who don't know, I haven't really got to talk about it. I host the Daily Atheist Morning Show. And every morning we have a segment, one of my co-hosts, Ryan Koltastic, she will do something called Theocracy Watch. And she gives us a little news segment about what's going on here in the United States, where the theocracy is being imposed upon us. Like, for example, the other day, or day before yesterday, I think it was, 15 states are moving to put the 10 Commandments in classrooms now. Texas is removing all kinds of restrictions. They're bringing in and they're taking a new curriculum that's going to be, it's going to mix science and religion. They're really going hardcore at the youth in the public schools here in our United States. And that's what I'm focused on. Those are the things.
Yeah.
That's my message.
No,
I
think
like
that's
to
great.
joke. I like to have a fun time. I laugh a lot. We do a lot of laughing, but you know, if you're going to ask me hard questions about religion, I do have some hard stances.
Well, that's good. That's good.
You know, and to what Armin said, I appreciate what he said. There's an entire school called apologetics. They're there.
Well, I'm not talking about the existence of God or apologetics. I'm talking about everything, including the topic that you're talking about. I'm talking about everything, about any form of disagreements, any like politics, you know, theology, I don't know, anything basically, economic policies. I'm just saying whatever passionate position you have regarding how much like has the, you know, the separation of church and state has it been violated here, or hasn't it been violated here? Is it even important to have separation of church and state? Whatever position that we have, I just think that even if our position is the correct position, I think we might forget why our position is the correct position if we're not defending it against an opposing side. So, in fact, you could have correct positions, but dogmatically without actually knowing the reason behind it. And the only way to make sure that we actually know the reason why we have these positions is for somebody to come challenge us on it, and us pushing back against that challenge. To know, so for this not to turn into a cult that we're just blindly following, we know the arguments for why we're defending what we're defending.
Armin, you sound a lot like me. I very much appreciate the opportunity to challenge somebody, and I certainly don't mind being challenged myself. We do a thing here in Nashville called the Conversation Coalition, in which we get together in person with believers, invite an audience, and sit there and challenge each other about you know, morality or origins, or you know, just about anything else. But I appreciate having a spot at the table in order to challenge somebody, and I certainly welcome the challenge myself, because I don't want to walk around with false beliefs or something like that. And it sounds like you have a passion for exactly the same thing.
Definitely.
Right.
And one thing I'll say, I know from both of you, I have always seen is a focus on that community, is a focus on the connection. That's why, Chris, you've got the damn network now, and connecting all these people and bringing on incredible people, not just Ryan, but Durante Lamar as well. I mean, some truly incredible people. And then Armin, you have spent over a decade building this space for non-religious people. I want to start with you, Chris. Why is that so important to you, that you have other atheists around you that are connected and supporting each other?
Well, that's kind of what we do. You know, we got a lot of different communities here. Everybody wants to build and grow, but we all build and grow separately, and we're weaker because of it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so secular rarity. One of the things I'm doing, you don't have a Discord channel or server, is my understanding. Part of what we do at the Daily Atheist Media Network is we help other secular people or atheist people who don't. So we have a section in our Discord channel to where you can come and you can have your own Discord server within our server.
That's awesome.
And do your own stuff. And we, you know, it's like a part of our community that my community is about media. You know, we have lessons where we teach people how to edit videos and script videos and drop videos and build YouTube channels and stuff like that. And my channel's been blowing up. Durante Lamar, man, I tell you, he's been blowing up too. It's great. But that's part of what we do. Durante is about boots on the ground. I'm more about digital, helping grow all, you know, other things. But, you know, the position I'm in now, I'm in Albuquerque, and we cannot find any. We've been looking, me and Brente here, he's also in the chat, I believe. We're looking at possibly starting on the boots on the ground community, maybe even a branch of secular rarity, if that's what you'd want to call it, on the ground here in Albuquerque, because there's not one.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
tell
there used to be-
everybody. Tell everybody where they can find you real quick, and we'll go to you, Armin, to wrap us up. No, it's okay. We don't have enough time for any of it, but we will definitely be working together more, brother.
Yeah, and I do want to tune into that morning show.
You'll love it.
The Damn Show, at the Damn Show. At the Damn Show. You can find me. I do have two channels. At the Damn Show is the Daily Atheist Morning Show. The Damn Show, Daily Atheist Morning Show, DAM Show. And then I drop long form religious and political content on the Damn Chris Mallard Show.
Okay.
Or Damn Chris Mallard channel, as listed there.
Thank you so much. And Armin, why is it so important that you've built this community and you continue to grow that? And then just tell everybody about that community and where they can find it.
Well, yeah, I try to make a global community that is not focused on a country. And when we were building this on Facebook, it got up to 2 million, 2.5 million people around the world. But then Facebook banned us for making too many anti-Islamic posts. But now we're on YouTube, so we're trying to grow our YouTube. Maybe eventually we'll get our Facebook page back, because that was a giant community. That was the largest. Yeah. That before it was banned, it was the largest global community of atheists anywhere online, right? Yeah. So that is gone, but our Atheist Republic YouTube page, the English one, and we have an active Persian one too. And the Persian one is actually really active as well right now. So if you speak English, just search for Atheist Republic on YouTube. But if you speak Persian, whether you're from Iran, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, or any other Persian-speaking society, just search for Jumhuriye Bi Khodayan. And again, I want to use this as a reminder that this is about secular people helping each other and finding each other. I want to take this opportunity to remind people that the world's largest secular revolution is happening as we speak in Iran. And I'm sad to say that a lot of Western secular-minded people are not talking about it as much. I challenge you to find a single other secular revolution with the largest mass exodus of people out of religion. Nothing has ever, like, if look at, people sometimes talk about the French Revolution, the Age of Enlightenment. Look at the numbers, and look at the numbers that are happening in Iran. Within the past 40 years, a country of 85 million, around half, just a little bit short of half of the entire population has exited religion.
It's amazing.
Exited religion. They were part of a religion, and they have no religion. They're not necessarily atheists. A lot of them, there's 20% atheists in Iran.
They're non-religious.
But they say none. They're nuns, right?
That's
so they're
huge.
believers in God that have. So this
That's
is
our people.
nowhere in history you have ever seen this greater exit from religion. And the Iranian people want this to be highlighted. They want global attention, and they're not getting enough of it. So I just want to. And one way to get the more information about this, because I cover this a lot on the Atheist Republic YouTube channel. So you could subscribe there to get updates on this.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm so sorry to have to rudely kick you both out, but I really appreciate you both. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. And definitely, if you're not familiar with Atheist Republic or the Daily Atheist Morning Show, those places are providing community for a lot of really important people.
I want to hear more about both of these guys.
Oh yeah, but not now. Get out of here, you guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We got another $25, you guys, from Chris Mallard, and then we got another 25 anonymous. Thank you so freaking much, you guys. But we don't have any time to focus on it because we have cool people that are coming in. We've got Dr. Jay Bundy and the Cross Examiner. Oh my gosh, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. How are you guys?
Great. Good. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. Actually just got to hang out a little bit with Cam and Seth Andrews. Yeah. So the green, just being in the green room makes it already a win being here. Really appreciate this. Awesome.
Well, I really appreciate both of you, and I am so thrilled that our paths have gotten to cross in a couple of different ways, but I would love for you guys to just tell everybody a little bit about yourself, because I'm going to brag on both of you for a second. I don't know if you want me to do this, but I'm going to say both of you are incredible when it comes to scholarship. You two are academics, right? And Gary and I are just dipshits that get to hang on your coattails and use the type of knowledge that you provide. So Jay, can you tell everybody just a little bit about your background and what you do now?
Yeah. I'm currently a biology professor. My background is in evolutionary biology, particularly experimental evolutionary biology with digital organisms. I got my PhD in integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior. So dual PhD at Michigan State University, working with Rich Lenski on the famous long-term evolution experiment, with a lot of people read about or have become familiar with over the years. And other than that, I do the regular gig, research and teaching biology courses. So that's what I do. And then my hobby is YouTube, and I'm usually ranting about sort of the intersection of sort of science and counter-apologetics and how these issues particularly affect marginalized groups. And I try to spend a lot of my energy on community building. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
I love it. I love it. Cross Examiner, tell us a little bit about your background and kind of what you do now.
Ditto. No, I'm kidding. No, I am the exact opposite of Jay. I am not a biologist, although my son needs to talk to you. He's studying marine biology, so I'm gonna hook you guys up. But my background is in the law. I'm an attorney. I practiced FDA regulatory law for some time. I am not as much of an academic. I have one published paper about it's really boring. I won't even get into it. Judicial deference to administrative agencies. And my paper was made moot by a recent Supreme Court opinion. So there we go. But my passion is very similar, is the intersection of the law and religion. I tend to focus on why we should care about whether or not the things we believe are true, because when the rubber hits the road, we see what we are starting to see around the world, which is people who don't have good reason to believe things are believing things that aren't true, and that's causing them to change our world for the worse. So that's my bag.
Yeah,
and I think that's why they brought us together, because I'm also big on this. There are severe consequences for us not caring about the truth right now.
Yeah, that is exactly it. Because both of you, I would say, have a particular thorn in your side for the Christian nationalist kind of movement that is spreading around, and you both kind of attack that from different sides. And Jay, I'll start with you and just ask, how do you see science in general and research papers and stuff being weaponized by that group? And then, what are the harms of that? What are the tangible consequences that we see around us?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for starters is the things that we can't find research papers about at all, right? And this idea of people just sort of, actually, I think something we can understand, like we've demonized tribalism, right? That's like a bad word, but in some sense, it's an incredibly powerful part of our nature. And I think what we're seeing is sort of those in-group loyalty and affiliation, sort of, no pun intended, but Trump, empirical evidence. And a lot of that is because most people have not been taught anything about epistemology, right? And whether you're in law or in science, that education in and of itself is important. And if you don't have that, then I think what happens is critique becomes personal, and it feels like your religion or your culture or your people are being attacked, when really people are trying to say, no, I just haven't been presented a good reason to believe what you're saying. And man, if I could only get you to see that, we could have this other conversation about the consequences of you believing this thing I don't see, good reason for. But then certainly there is sort of the idea of taking what we see and trying to get it to fit a narrative. So when you do have the slightest bit of information or a paper that you think argues something in your favor, a lot of times it's taken without any consideration of the human framework, right? This is something very important, but I do think that, for instance, science and training in the law, to me, do have essentially liberal motivation at the core of why we think they're important to do in the first place. And so I do think it's important that we do science and practice law in a way that serves the collective human interest and particularly uplifts and empowers marginalized populations. And so I do think those sort of value differences are incredibly important, and they're overlooked when we think it's just about, can I find data to support my argument?
Yeah. No, I love that. I love that, man. Cross. Yeah. Same kind of question. How do you see the Christian nationalist kind of movement, you know, weaponizing bad arguments from the legal side? And then what are some of those consequences that we see in the world around us?
We're living with the consequences right now. I know you're a 501c3 organization, so I won't get into like specific electioneering, but I do know that we can talk about, you know, court opinions and specific facts. So it started last year, last term, when the Supreme Court gave Trump a victory, saying basically we're going to reinvent what presidential immunity looks like. That was the oh shit moment for me. I started getting involved online after a riot at our Capitol, but that moment, reading that opinion, was jaw-dropping as an attorney who studied constitutional law as a passion for decades. And we have since seen individual judges, Judge Kaczmarek down in Amarillo, Texas, and Judge, what's her face? She hasn't been involved in a while. The other one down in Florida, try their best to subvert the obvious words on the page. And that's the main concern. Is
were you thinking Eileen Cannon?
Eileen Cannon, thank you. Eileen Cannon, or as we like to call her, Thomas's puppet. You know, her opinion, her last opinion that was famous, was literally a regurgitation of Thomas. So the reason that I'm making these observations is we are at a point where we've never been in my lifetime, and possibly not since Marbury versus Madison, when there is a moment where the president of the United States is floating ideas. He's had his vice president go out and say, maybe I don't have to listen to the courts. And just yesterday or today, he's saying, I think I can run for a third term. You know, and again, I'm not talking about the candidate. I'm talking about the Constitution. The 22nd Amendment combined with the 12th Amendment make it very clear that's not allowed. So those are what we start seeing. And something Jay mentioned really spoke to me when he talked about we get hung up with this tribalism, and that gets in way of having this next level conversation that to me is the real interesting conversation, right? And it's the same thing in the law. You get hung up with the press saying this is a Democratic judge or a Republican judge or whatever, when in my experience, the vast majority of people in the law are genuinely interested in coming to some sort of consensus and truth, right? The judge that did the Dover opinion that did away with intelligent design in schools, that was a Reagan appointed or a Bush appointed, was a conservative appointed judge. So they will find things. But I feel what Jay said. I feel like I may be dating myself, like at the end of The Graduate, right? When Dustin Hoffman's character is pounding on the window, trying to tell the girl, don't get married, you're making a big mistake. That's what I constantly feel like. That's what we're going through.
Yeah, I know. And I wish we had so much more time, because I know that one of the things, you know, for me personally, and if anybody out there, again, has not, you know, seen either of these guys' stuff, what you will find is you will hop on a video with them on it, and they will be deep in the middle of a very impassioned and very, very well structured monologue. It does not matter. Every single time I see you two on a stream, you have like a 10-minute straight that I am just sitting there going, that's amazing. that's incredible. There's so much information. You pack it in so quickly. And again, one of the things I see from both of you that I just think we need more of out there is that fire and that charisma for these types of things. Because again, both of you, I think, hit on it perfectly, that the consequences are tangible and we're living through them right now.
Can I also touch on one thing real quickly that I think unites the law and science and speaks to this is, and I think this is a way for people to encourage people in the right direction on matters of law and science, and without the need even to make it political or about which side of hot button social issues you come from, which is that both of these processes are inherently supposed to be things that your theology stays out of.
Yeah.
Right? Science, I always tell people, by definition, is coming up with natural explanation to natural phenomenon. So if when your first inclination to even try to get science to confirm or be consistent with your supernatural beliefs is already misguided. It has nothing to do with my politics. It's just that's not what science is, right? And likewise, we don't accept supernatural explanations in the law either, right? We don't accept the person who says, oh, I killed my children because God told me to.
Right.
We can't prove that God didn't tell them to do that, but that is not an acceptable argument to present in a legal proceeding. And we know how important the concept of separation in church and state and the equality of all people under the law are.
Right.
And so that requires that we leave everybody's theology out of it. And I wish we did a better job of communicating that to people in a way that, again, they didn't see as a personal challenge, but rather a clarification about how this works.
I love it, man. And I wish I cannot wait, because I know we will be hanging out with both of you guys more in the future. Jay, tell everybody where they can find you real quick. And
Pocket Locker 86. That's primarily on YouTube. And I think you got a link tree for me or something like that. So thanks. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much for being here. Cross, where can everybody find you?
Just search the Cross Examiner on YouTube. I also host the Atheist Experience fairly regularly, and I did with SR. And by the way, what you guys are doing here is amazing, and I want to be involved more. I think we need more of this around.
Yeah, thanks for including me. This has been awesome. And Cross, great meeting you.
Same.
Thank you, guys.
I will be. I'm gonna ping you.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're
Let's
gonna
get
kick you out
together
right now, so y'all do that afterwards in the green room, because we have another wonderful guest we are going to bring on. Thank you both so much. We got another $12.50 coming in. Thank you guys so much. Please keep those donations coming, because we are not done. And you know what? I am just going to get right into it. Gary, we got somebody really cool coming on next.
I love this guy.
Can you tell everybody who it is?
We're bringing on the Golden Pipes, Seth Andrews.
Oh my gosh, Seth, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, bring me on after the uber smart scientist and the attorney to try to bring any wisdom to this experience.
Well,
Sure,
so what they have is the academia, right? What you've got is the experience in the community, boots on the ground. You know, see, I planned this, Seth. I was thinking about this.
Experience in the trenches.
I know. Go ahead,
It's
please.
good to be here. I almost went into preacher mode when you were giving the donation totals, like, give now and the Lord will bless you. Cast your bread upon the water and he will return it to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. You know, we used to have pastors that did a lot of that kind of stuff. And it was always a great little scam because, hey, you know, if you didn't get a check in the mail in the next year, you were supposed to get another jewel in your crown after you died. So it's awesome. Like, yeah, give your Social Security check and the last penny in your savings today. And then when you're a corpse somewhere off in Xanadu, you will have maybe an extra bedroom in the mansion. I always thought that was kind of, if we were not creatures of morality, we could like claim religion tomorrow and we would be on the church circuit tax free. I'm just saying.
Well, I can fault the church for a lot of things. I can't fault them for their marketing strategies. They are successful, you know. And I know probably every single person that would be somehow watching us knows about you and knows your story, but you were heavily involved in that for a while, in that kind of marketing community for the Christian space and stuff. How how difficult was it for you to really transition out of that, especially when you weren't allowed to be open for so long, man?
Well, it's funny. I have learned to give myself a little more grace because I used to really beat myself up. Jesus, how thick can you be? Donkeys speaking Hebrew. Are you kidding me? 900-year-old human beings and people living inside submerged fish, and a cosmic deity who impregnates a teenage girl with himself for the purpose of ritual sacrifice. I mean, but when it's your normal, and when it's all you've known, and you were indoctrinated heavily, and I was for my whole life, it was just my normal. I had Christian everything. It was Christian family, Christian friends, Christian clothes, Christian music, Christian activities, Christian everything. And it's funny, it really is kind of culty. And then you become pot committed. When I became a Christian radio host in 1990, it felt good. I've got the answer everybody else missed. Oh, we're smarter than you. How lucky am I to have been born in the right house at the right time, to the right religion, worshiping the right God, And there's so many of these factors psychologically that play in. There's insecurity. You don't want to be in disobedience. You certainly don't want to go to hell. You don't want to be rejected or judged. But also, you kind of, in some ways, you get fed. You feel really good to be the smartest person in the room. And so, my journey took a long time. I think some of it had to do with just getting toward midlife. I just became less interested in keeping other people happy or comfortable. Like I don't want to. I came to this revelation. Forgive me for the long answer, but I came to this revelation that when I'm in the room and everybody else is talking openly about what they're thinking and I don't, to keep the peace, that's not peace. That's an absence of conflict, right? And there's a difference.
Yeah.
And I think when I finally got to the point where I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. Something's not right. Something's not working. Whatever happens, whatever the consequences, no matter how bad it gets, I'm going to try to figure this out. And then I committed myself at like the age of 37 to just say, okay, fine. And that was a rough one. It was a rough row. And when I came out the other side, I realized, there's just nothing there. There's just nothing. And then I beat myself up for taking 37 years to figure that out. But I was late to the party, but I did arrive. And I think what I want to do now is try to encourage other people that it's okay. Life's short. Ask the questions, kick the tires, tap the glass. The minute someone says something is sacred, put that at the top of your list to check into. The minute somebody says this is off limits, you go, thank you. That is now the priority in my list of critical questions. So
I love that, man. And I guess, one thing that comes up to me too, especially with, Gary and I, we're both relatively new, especially compared to you, man. I know there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that have listened to your work for years. And I want to know, what do you think has been a big shift in the non-religious, atheist, secular space? Have you noticed something that's like, wow, that's really different than it was 10 years ago?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not a big fan of new atheist to make that reference, but I mean, it marks a certain milestone. 2007, 2008, God is Not Great, Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, Letter to a Christian Nation, The God Delusion, Richard Dawkins, it all hit. And everybody was kind of talking about this new wave of atheism and atheists. And it was sort of on the tip of everybody's tongue. And there was a lot more anti-theism. And, they were going hard at the dogma. And I get that. And I still do that myself. I think we all do. But the temperature began to change because as the word atheist, as non-belief, non-religion became more normalized, then it was less novel and it was more of a thing. And I feel like some of us figured out that we're not going to rage ourselves into a better world. I mean, I was pretty pissed off when I came out of the faith and I realized that I had believed so many wrong things and I'd done so much harm and nobody wanted to talk about it. I had this weird, naive belief that, wow, once I get my religious family and friends together and show them all of the amazing revelations and the proof for evolution and how the Bible is a bunch of crap, we will all come to an epiphany together. We'll lock arms and there will be confetti and light and Yanni music and we will frolic off into Reasonville together. I can't wait to show them what I have found. That didn't happen at all.
Mm.
In fact, we divided, and it cost me a relationship with many of the people that I care about because they just couldn't accept a non-believer on my terms. And so I was mad. And a lot of my early work reflects, I think, the atheist activism at the time. There was a lot of sarcasm. I was going hard at the dogma, and there's just a flavor, just a hard edge to it. And I finally, after about 4 years, started to relax, and I became more about having conversations, and I recognized my empathy center for people in the faith who are indoctrinated.
Yeah.
And then street epistemology came along in the Socratic method, and I found that we as a movement, with a few exceptions, came to our senses and realized that most people don't change their minds because they're presented with data points. That's just not how belief psychology works. People will not change their mind when they feel attacked. They will not change an identity belief just because we go in and we say, we've got the fossils, we win. We may have better data, but that's not how identity beliefs change. People change their minds from a position of safety. So if the goal is for us to go and try to expand minds and hearts and perceptions and actually, get somewhere, we're going to have to become in some ways a safe place for those who may be doubting and going on a journey. And I'll tell you, transform the way I approach people. And I get a little frustrated even now when I see people and, they're going for the gotcha and they're just doing nothing but memeing the religious people are mentally ill, and religion is a mental illness. Memes make me crazy, and just talking shit about people. I think most of the people I've seen in the movement these days, they get that hasn't worked. It will not work. And they have done a better job of trying to really be humanists first. And then we can talk about atheism later. I don't know. Forgive the long answer, but that's my take.
I love it, man. I think that was awesome. And if we had even more time, Seth, I've got 1,000 questions for you, man. But I want to highlight this thing that I have loved of yours for quite a while. You are a big fan of horror stories. And every year you do something very special around that spooky Halloweeny time of thing. I'm sure there is somebody out there that has been a fan of yours for a long time that has never listened to that. Could you just tell everybody just a little bit about that? Because it is so cool to me.
It's weird that somebody who came out of such a Puritan background gravitated to horror movies. I just did. I don't know why. I was that guy when I was a kid. I'd watch them and I'd be up all night, terrified out of my mind. There's like a shadow in my window that looked like a head, somebody looking into my bedroom at night, And, but as a storyteller, I've always enjoyed them. And so I started 12, 13 years ago on the podcast in October, just a Halloween show. And I would tell various ghost stories. And I've heard them done well and I've heard them done poorly. And I thought, well, what I don't want to do is a riff on what everybody else does is, and all they found was an iron hook, those types of shows. But to get into some actual lore and talk about various places that are said to be haunted, I had a few people call and they're like, why would an atheist activist want to tell ghost stories? And I'm like, well, Jesus, why would an atheist activist want to go to a Lord of the Rings movie or read Tolkien in the first place, right? This is a playground for the imagination. We can suspend disbelief and enjoy the moment. Please, stop being so that and go with it. So I do, and I've done enough of them, and they're very highly produced. In fact, they're the most produced shows that I do of all the channels because they take freaking forever. There'd be like 600 or 700 elements in one 15-minute story. It's crazy. And then after I assemble 20, 25 of those, I release them in audiobook form on Audible. So I have 2 Ghost Stories audiobooks that I've got and then the 12 other audiobooks that I've either written and or narrated out there. So I've got 14 total audiobooks, but 2 are ghost stories, and they've been fun to do.
Those are absolutely incredible, man.
Thank you.
And again, I am sure that there is somebody out there that is like, I've been listening to The Thinking Atheist for years. I've never heard these before. So if you haven't, even if you're not a fan of horror stories, I promise you're going to freaking love them. Dude, we do not have enough time. And I am just so thankful for you being here and all the work you've done. I know everybody already knows, but can you tell everybody where they can support you? And
Oh, sure.
Stuff?
I'm actually, I feel like I haven't done a good enough job because we've been talking about other things, telling everybody to donate to Secularizing US. So send your donation there and support that. But if you want to find me and my work, I host a show called thethinkingatheist.com. I am not the Thinking Atheist. I'm just the host of the channel. And my personal website is sethandrews.com. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Seth. We are going to unceremoniously kick you out just the same as everybody else. Guys, I just got word. We got a couple other donations. We got 37 from Caitlin Beyond and 25 from Aaron Adair. Thank you guys so much. Do you see that? We're 50 cents away from breaking $1,800. You guys,
That's incredible.
This is so awesome. This is so awesome. And I've heard tell that something may be happening here in the next segment. So you're definitely going to want to stick around. There might be another match coming, is what I've heard.
Oh, nice.
So if you are on the fence, you're not sure if you really value secular community, maybe now's a good time to give, because the money will go further. But before we get to that, Gary, we have some super cool people that are coming on. 2 individuals that have been around for a very long time in this space and absolutely demonstrate compassion and patience on a regular basis. We have Drew McCoy of Genetically Modified Skeptic and Eric Murphy of Skeptic Generation. Oh my gosh,
Dude,
you guys.
they
it
said
is
there's
so
going to be cool people on. Who do you think?
Yeah, this guy, come on.
Yeah, like
I'm so sorry to have to put you 2 together. I know this was rough for you both. You guys don't know each other very well at all. So but no, please, guys, Drew, please tell everybody about you and where they can find you. I'm sure everybody knows. Who doesn't know Genetically Modified Skeptic?
Okay, so here's a little test that we'll do to make it interesting. I'm going to introduce Eric. Eric, you can introduce me. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Okay, so Eric Murphy has been grassroots organizing in the atheist community for, since, would you say 2018?
2017.
Does that sound right? 2017. Wow. Okay. So he's old, and he's done a litany of shows, and his current show is called oh my God, no, I'm just kidding, Eric. It's called Skeptic Generation, which I've been on. There's multiple episodes of me on there, so that's so it's going to be fun. But no, Eric is a great compassionate, friend to me, editor to me, host of his show, friend to many people in the secular community. And one of the things I love about Eric is that I think he sets a good example of how to set the tone when you have been doing this for a while, when you hold a little bit of power and some influence and some reputation, and treat people who are new well, allow them space to learn. That Eric does a fantastic job of that.
All right. Well, Eric, follow that shit.
Absolutely. So what's funny is I got to know Drew before he started, before I found out about his channel. And the approach that I saw both in the real world and on the channel and continuously for years has been this honest, open, caring, just integrity when it comes to wanting to learn about the world and wanting to share that and then finding the joy in it and spreading it. It's not just about Drew has done just incredible stuff, in regards to breaking down things like you did the essential oils. I think that was one of the first big ones that I saw you get into is breaking down that kind of Christian right connection with that, and then you've wound up moving into other, I'm doing such a bad job of describing you, Drew.
No, I have done a million things.
You've done a
million things.
You've done a million things, but everything that you've gotten involved in because you genuinely had an excitement and an interest in it, and because you had something important to say, and you say it really, really well. You're a great educator. And as far as people, you have one of the best hearts in this or any other niche. Grateful to have you as a friend, everybody. Genetically Modified Skeptic.
Well, I will say,
Eric and I are best buds, like in real life. So
well, and if anybody out there was confused for a moment and was like, SR, I don't know, are these guys really kind, compassionate people? I think they both demonstrated that, right? But what I want to ask in that vein is, because both of you deal with Eric, you in a lot of the call-in space, and Drew, you know, diving into those you know, various cultish type things and harmful, you know, ideologies that are found throughout religions. So you both have to deal with some pretty difficult stuff sometimes, whether it's, you know, complex arguments or people's firmly held belief or the harm that these bring. How in the world do you stay so calm throughout most of these? I know you're gonna tell me, oh, there are times when we get upset too. So I get that. Don't give me that bullshit. Just tell me the straight up, Eric. Like, is it something in the Wheaties in the morning? I mean, what is it that keeps you so calm in these discussions?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I think I could probably speak to it from the call-in end. And just for people who don't know the connection, not only has Drew been on Skeptic Generation every Sunday at 11 a.m. Central, but Elliot is actually a regular co-host the second Sunday of every month. So yeah, no, definitely stay tuned for that if you don't watch it, because it's a lot of fun. Okay, anyway, plug aside. You got to recognize that it's a platform, right? Like if I were to interact with a lot of the people who have called in like on the street, oh, I'd get really pissed off. No fucking way. I think the last time somebody, I remember V and I were walking down the street and somebody just walked up and asked, hey, can I just pray with you too? Just randomly, just randomly. And I stopped and I just pointed and laughed at them until they were like being looked at, you know what I mean? And that's not a very kind thing to do. But when you take a look at where we are and why we're doing it and how we're doing it, right? It's the conversations that we have on call-in shows. It's not about the caller. It's about the people who are watching, right? It's about having the showing that you can have this kind of dialogue the way that you want to have it, showing that you can have it in a respectful, empathetic way, that you can meet them and that you can just give that tiny bit of affirmation that they might need to finish getting over to where, you know, where you're going together. It's, I don't know, just keeping that in mind, keeping in mind that it is a call-in show keeps my blood pressure down. But in real life, I can get more pissed off. I can get more pissed off.
Okay.
A little bit more.
Well, Drew, what for you, when again, I can imagine that as you're researching some of these things that you're doing these deep dives into, like, I can imagine you get pretty pissed off, man. Like, how do you remain calm? How do you remain friendly enough to be able to continue doing this?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, I think probably the biggest factor, if I'm honest, is that I'm not live most of the time. Like when I'm live, I'm either on Skeptic Generation basically, or I'm doing an event like this, like trying to, you know, help raise money. You know, by the way, you guys should donate to Secularizing US. Go ahead and do that next push. Donate 50 cents if that's what you want to donate to get to 1800. I mean, let's do it. But yeah, I'm not live most of the time. So there's a lot of filters between my initial reaction of anger and when I'm actually, you know, presenting on camera, right? So I have sat down and read it a million times, and I have like written my script and then rewritten my script and then rehearsed the script and then doing several takes on camera and then editing. And occasionally I will feel like I did come off too angry, and then I'll go and film again. That has happened a few times. And so that's a part of it. But I will say that as you do this for a while, you know, you realize that in secular communities and secular content creation, like any other, you really are rewarded for displays of anger and vitriol. I mean, that is something that people like to see. And it maybe especially in this space, people like to see it because they're justifiably angry about actual things that make sense to be angry about, right? So they want to see someone like me, you know, justify kind of their anger by me lashing out. They want to see me lash out. It's cathartic in a way. But, you know, as good as it can feel to have someone or just watch people, you know, rage, even against things that should be, you know, raged against in a way. It's not healthy to consume that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And I would say that should be a small minority of your content that you consume, if you consume angry content at all. And so for me, in being aware of that, I just try to take care of my mental health outside of doing YouTube. You know, it would, I'll be honest, it would really help me a lot if I was angrier. You can even have a brand of, I'm the nice, smiley, you know, Mr. Rogers of atheism guy, but people still like it when I get angry. Like my comments go crazy if I get angry.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I just try to be like, I need to have a good work-life balance. I need to have hobbies where I'm exercising. And to be honest, when I am really upset, one of the main things I do is call Eric. Yeah, so having a friend like Eric, like having a friend in real life that you can rage to, like behind the scenes, rather than being a role model of rage, you know, that is something that is, I think, really important. I've tried to do what I can, but I mean, Frank, I can't do it by myself. I really can't take credit for doing it by myself. It is people like Eric. It is people like my wife, Taylor, who has her own channel, The Antibot, by the way. You know, and my other friends who are not on YouTube. Those are the people who are keeping me sane and not falling into making rage bait videos all the time. Right.
Yeah. And I'm glad you mentioned about having that tangible connection. I want to go to you first on this, and we'll go to you second, Eric, because I know you're very big on community building and have been for a while. How do we get that tangible connection, Drew? What do we have to do, especially in this non-religious space, to get us connected? How do we get that person we can call when we're having a bad day?
Yeah, so I, you know, started a conference that we did it a few times called Faithless Forum. And the point of our conference was not to just elevate the YouTubers there, to just be like, oh, we need fans, we need support for ourselves. In fact, we were all volunteer thing where basically if you were coming to speak, you also had to move chairs and stuff. That's how it worked. And I saw a lot of friendships come out of that, including like, you know, friendships that I made with people that I just met at Faithless Forum that were coming to meet some YouTuber that they liked, you know, not necessarily me. And so as public figures, as content creators, whatever you want to call us that are doing this on the internet, you have to realize that we are conduits for other people's connection. It's not as important that we as content creators go and make these like kind of parasocial relationships with the people who are calling in. You know, it's not just that like I need to go into my comment section and respond to everybody and say, hey, like I'm there for you, like that kind of thing. Because at a certain point, there's enough distance to where we can't be. The thing we can do and we can encourage, though, is, hey, there's a bunch of people in this space and they all came to like pay attention to what I'm doing. But you know what's really important? There's a bunch of other people in the room right now. And these people are the ones that will actually help you. I can make interesting, entertaining stuff. But the people who are in the audience are the people who you really should make relationships with. And so when you're doing live streams, when you're doing call-in shows, when you're doing Facebook groups, when you're hosting real life events, you got to, as a content creator or host, encourage people to make friends with the person they're sitting next to. That's how they'll find the person.
Yeah, I love that, man. Can you tell? I know everybody already knows, but please tell everybody where to find you, and then we'll go to you, Eric, to talk about community.
Yeah, you can find me at Genetically Modified Skeptic. If you look up Genetically Modified Skeptic, you'll find me wherever.
Thank you so much, man. Eric, what do we do to build these tangible connections in this space, and then wrap us up by telling everybody where they can find you?
Absolutely. Well, if you are in Tennessee, if you're in the Nashville area, what you do is you reach out to Secularizing US. It's a new organization that I've found out about recently, and it is working really hard to build tangible connections, really kind of in-person stuff there on the ground, and then helping others, you know, branch out and creating those connections. So if you check it out, definitely a worthwhile thing to look up. But honestly, like I want to echo what Drew said. You know, for content creators, we're trying to help build communities that people can be in and exist in. And for people who are watching, go to an event.
Yeah.
You know, if there is a local conference, go to it. If there's a skeptic group, go to it. If you're not into those topics, that's okay. Turns out everything is secular. Most things. Brushing your teeth is a secular activity, actually. Making a sandwich is a secular activity. Joining a bowling league, right? I've been watching this whole stream, right? That was something that came up like 2 hours ago. Joining a bowling league is a secular thing as well, right? Like, find those things that bring you joy and then build community in it. And if you're watching this, if you're watching us, it's probably because this is the topic. This is what you're into. So take a look in the live chat. These are your people.
Yes.
Like, this is the place to do it. We're building these communities for you so that you can be in it. If anything, I've noticed that when I was super, super involved in the community that was getting built around me, the more I was involved, the bigger I saw my waves negatively impacting people involved, right? We cannot necessarily be in the communities that we're building. We're building it for you to be there for each other. And we really, really hope that it's there. I know we're at the end of our time. If you want to find me, check out Skeptic Generation. It is live every Sunday. If you're watching the second Sunday of the month, you will find Elliot. And if I'm bugging Drew, Drew joins from time to time. I've got some amazing hosts on a regular rotating schedule, and it's just a good time. Live call-in show. Check it out.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. We're gonna do the same. We're gonna kick you out unceremoniously. It's very rude, honestly, and we should be kinder about it. But thank you again so much. I just saw we got another $10 from Dylan. Thank you so freaking much for that, guys. We are growing this community one step at a time, and it happens because all of you are a part of it. All of you are here making it happen. So I cannot thank you all enough. I am going to try and thank you by continuing to bring on guests, because I know you're thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, SR, you've been doing this for 3 hours. Gary, how are you feeling? You still?
I'm okay.
You're here.
I'm hanging in there.
All right. We will probably have something to drink after this, whether it's caffeine or alcoholic, we don't know. But before we get into that, we have to bring on some other incredible guests, because we've got with us Better Than Ember and Maya Adkisson. Oh my freaking gosh, you guys.
Oh my God, Ember, we're incredible.
You are.
I am. But it's just so rare that people recognize it, right?
Well, honestly, that's one of the things that we want to do again with this community. We want to bring a bunch of different people together that are super duper cool and are doing incredible stuff on a regular basis. And I feel confident that there is somebody out there who does not know about the awesome community that you both have built separately here. And I just, Ember, can you tell us a little bit about what you've done and what you're doing now? And then you guys actually told me in my topic to go fuck myself. So you brought something to talk about is what you said. But Ember, tell us, what do you do? All the great community and stuff.
Oh, I do too many things. My main channel, Better Than Ember, I do counter-apologetics and debunking pseudoscience, knocking down conspiracy theories, that sort of stuff. But I also host Good News over on the Transpositions Weekly, and I have a few other channels all over the various interwebs, which is why I keep my links in one place on my website, betterthanember.com.
Oh, you've got it way more together than I do.
Tell everybody about what you do, Maya. You guys are hanging out like every Sunday, talking science and all. I was actually just over there talking about crystals and energy and all kinds of things.
Yes. So my name is Maya Adkisson. You can find me at Maya Adkisson every Sunday at 9:30 Eastern. I do a show that's called Bad Science Sunday, where we look at all types of very similar to Ember, only she's way better at it than I am. Where we
you have an actual physicist.
I have 3 weasels in a trench coat.
It's true.
It's the same thing. Real physicists, 3 weasels in a trench coat. I don't see
tomato. Yeah, but we like to promote critical thinking skills and maybe how you might look at something and think, hey, that doesn't make sense, or what's going on there? Like, maybe I should stop, look, open my Google app and look, read it at all, other than just thumbing through my Facebook feed, or my favorite one, pulling something out of my butt and saying, oh, that seems nice. Yeah, we do that every Sunday, and every other Monday, Dr. Jay Bundy, who was on here earlier, me, Cynthia, and then we have a number of guests that come through, host a show called Black Free Thinkers, where we talk about issues that are going on in the community, but from like maybe a Black perspective, or I know that a lot of times it's hard to get an understanding of things from a different perspective, because believe it or not, in the United States, we've been a little segregated. So, which means that Black people and white people don't always see things the same way. And in an effort to build community so that we can better understand one another, we like to share our experiences with you.
Yeah, I love that. And I think
Diversity of voices.
yes, and that.
And also today is the last day of Women's Month, so to one and all,
and
happy Trans Day of Visibility.
Yeah, it's so freaking awesome. I love that, and I think one of the things that I gravitated to both of your communities right from the beginning is I feel both of you have such a powerful voice in what I lovingly have stolen from Jenny Yu many years ago, the minority within a minority within a minority, What can the secular community writ large? What can the deconstructed, skeptic, science-loving, atheist-y, all that goods, what can we do as a community to make sure that we are adequately representing the diversity that we do have in this space? Ember?
Oh, Ember, that sounds like a show you and I did once.
It does, yeah. We've tried to address this topic a few different times in a few different ways over the years. Basically, diversity of voices, bring different perspectives on to any platform. I mean, this is a thing we talk about in the back rooms of the transpositions regularly. There's so many conversations about trans people without trans people there. And the same thing is true for any other group. Bring the people and talk to them instead of about them.
Yeah. Maya?
Yeah, I can't. I was actually kind of vocal when Ro fell about a lot of the men in the community, and I'm like, we're right here. Like, us. There's zero chance that you couldn't have gotten a woman onto this panel. I don't understand what's going on. I do. And I'm two ways about it. I think that if you're going to have a show, like, you should make all efforts to bring on a person from that group to represent that perspective. But also, if it's just you, if you can't find someone to do it, speak up, say something, I don't care what the group is. If you know that somebody has, don't call them a bigot, but they may have a bigoted opinion, and you know that it's wrong, I believe you have a right to address it. And I'm not asking people to be more vocal or more, I am asking people to start to press the limits of their comfort zones. Because if we don't do that ever so slightly, it's just, and again, I'm not asking you to do anything that's going to make your skin crawl. It starts with these little things. Just speak up at all. Just say one thing, and then say two, it's going to be a little uncomfortable at first. And I'm not asking you to be more uncomfortable than you feel comfortable with. I'm not asking you to say more than you probably know. But just, just, hey, why is that funny? Like, you've no idea how far that goes.
Yeah.
Or say not cool.
Yeah.
Just 2 words. Like, you don't
Yeah.
have to know it's
And then you
it's
can walk
exactly
away.
Yeah.
It's exactly like counter-apologetics. You don't have to know everything. You just have to be willing to say, I don't know, and I don't know that that's true.
Yeah.
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 And is there more that we can do other than simply bringing on trans people to talk about trans issues, Black people to talk about Black issues? Is there more of a way we as the secular community can be tangibly connected to these communities and let them know that you are safe with us? You are part of our community just the same.
Well, I definitely want to hear Maya and Ember's answer to that, but I think if we can be a voice in the rooms that they're not in, and like they just said, even if it's just asking a question, even if it's just, hey, is that the best that we can do? Hey, is that the best way to handle that situation? When you hear the remarks, when you hear the innuendos, and you hear the backhanded comments, even if you don't have to make a big grandstand, but even if you just ask somebody, is that the best?
You do when you get that confused look on your face when you pull that shit out. I swear that'll make somebody drop to their knees for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's all we're asking. I'm usually more vocal on behalf of my friends or other marginalized groups than I am for myself, and I get a little mama bearish, I know, but it's also a little infuriating being the only one in the room standing up for injustice. There have been a couple of times when, actually even recently, when people are hitting me up in DMs like, oh my God, I'm so sorry you said something. But it makes me look just like the crazy, angry Black woman when I'm the only one saying something. So like, to speak up for other groups, I'm hurting my own.
Yeah.
So just a little thing, like I see AR in the chat right now, and I know he knows what I'm talking about. And I saw you, and you were just like, hey, answer the question. You have no idea how affirming that was.
Hell yeah. And another great example we can point to is Drew, the genetically modified skeptic. I've been praising him up and down the high halls here in atheist land because he's done a couple very powerful trans allied productions in recent months, and they're compassionate, they're insightful, but they're adamant, and that it's just super well done, and that's what you want to see when you have to present a position yourself rather than bring people on to talk with and sort of thing.
I love that. And again, I think one thing that comes through with both of your content is how focused you are on the community. Maya, I mean, you guys are absolutely crushing it on Sundays. And Ember, you and the entire team at Transpositions have been doing some really, really great work. So I definitely want to make sure we give some good time to hear about both of those places where people can support you guys. But before we go, I'm not going to kick you out just yet, because I gotta know, because you both get into it. I see both of y'all fighting and arguing with all these Christians, and they got silly stuff. So Ember, what is the silliest argument you have ever heard? Whether it's about trans rights, whether it's about God, whether it's about young earth creation, what is the silliest argument you have ever had somebody throw at you?
Well, the fun thing is they're all kind of the same argument when you boil them down. Ultimately, whether it's fundamentalism or bioessentialism or any other conspiracy theory, at some level they all try to assert that they know what's in your head better than you do. And that's laughably funny because you know they're wrong.
Yeah.
What about you, Maya?
Actually, I probably agree with her where this whole trans thing is ridiculous. I honest and truly don't understand it. Well, both sides really. I can't understand what it's like to not be cis. It's just my brain. But I don't know who has been a teenager and doesn't understand the struggle to be who you are, to fight, to
Right.
kind of to just be recognized and comfortable in your own skin finally, right?
Right.
And I can relate to that. And so for somebody to come in and be like, no, like if you were born with a penis, you have to wear pants forever. Why? I don't get it. I don't understand why this is such a big deal to people. Like, even if you want to believe that a trans woman is a man in a dress, let the guy wear a dress. Like, I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand why cis men can't wear dresses. My what do you call it? My co-host on my show says that in his frat house he had this really long dress that he used to wear with pockets. Burns my, just chaps my ass, honestly, because I'm just like, with pockets? Are you kidding me? I'm so jealous, you know? But like, I wouldn't be like, no, you have to wear pants. Only pants can have pockets. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And there's a lot of, I think that I do kind of sit on a lot of privilege from a Black perspective and from a woman perspective. A lot of heavy hitters have come to pave the way to make me comfortable. So I can rightfully shame somebody for being misogynistic. I can rightfully shame somebody for being racist and have everybody else in the room side-eye them and look at them as if they're a bad person.
Well, I want to get to the point where Ember can feel the same way. So yeah, just the outward bigotry is always the stupidest. And so yeah, okay, kick me off. I love it, but please
jumping out the airlock.
Tell
He's
everybody.
been doing it all night.
Tell everybody where they can find you, Maya, and then Ember right
at
after.
Maya Atkinson and YouTube.
Thank you so much, Ember.
Better Than Ember on YouTube and betterthanumber.com for all the other stuff, TikToks and Instagrams and all the things. So many other channels. Skeptic Haven, my goodness, I'm everywhere.
That's
I'm
right.
almost as bad as you, Elliot.
I know, seriously. Either of us needs to figure out how to say no or go to bed at some point. But
it's true.
Thank you guys so freaking much. We're gonna kick you off once again. I love you guys and I appreciate you so much. If you're not connected with them, I promise you're gonna have a great time. We just got 666 from Q. Thank you so much, and a 1550 from Titan Uranus. Thank you so freaking much. I know Titan just wanted me to say that on screen. So with that being said, though, I am super duper excited for this next person because they have something really, really cool to talk about.
Oh yeah.
And before they do, I'm going to tell you this, guys. We have another $250 match on the table, okay? So from now until the end of this stream, if we can get another $250, it will be matched penny for penny, okay? So if you have been on the fence, please help us get over that 2,000 mark. Every single penny of this goes to building community for secular people that do not have it, okay? So speaking of building secular community.
Yeah.
This next guy is really cool, man.
He's been on fire.
Dude, he has been growing like crazy and he has an awesome thing that he is going to be announcing here. I am thrilled. Please bring on Durante Lamar, the man himself. Oh my gosh, brother. It is so good to have you on here.
Oh man, thank y'all for having me. I'm
you're
super
muted.
excited to be. Am I muted? Let me see.
Nope, it's a delay. My bad.
Okay, awesome. Super excited to be here, man. This is exciting. I'm loving what Secularizing US has going on. And I cannot wait to see this thing get popped off, man. This is amazing. Y'all are doing great work.
Well, thank you so much. And I gotta say, it thrills me that you have been getting so much attention and gaining so much traction because you're actually doing some kick-ass stuff, man. What is Bridge City? Like, tell everybody about this and this Keep Rising season. What is going on?
Yes.
Y'all are crushing it.
All right. So Bridge City is our little community experiment that we've been working on for actually exactly a year now. We launched it, kicked off March 31st last year. And we kicked it off with Sunday sessions. Our goal was to build community around the framework of music and conversations, just creating that space for people to come together. We create conversations that are around personal growth and community development, creating creative styles, conversation series that we can talk through on a multiple week basis, and just really have a good time while people are working on themselves, working on each other. And my thesis became, healthy people build healthy relationships, and healthy relationships lead to healthy outcomes. And so where I wanted to start at is helping people get comfortable being healthy, which also means creating space where people feel safe enough and vulnerable enough to say, you know what, I might not be healthy in this area, or I might be able to improve in this area. So we create conversational space like that is specifically, and you'd be surprised how hard it is to find personal growth conversation without superstition. Like, oh my goodness, whether you're going to the churches, whether you're going to the motivational markets, whether you're going to whoever's talking out there now, there's so much pseudoscience, so much fluff, so much mythology, so much religious superstition that is permeating this space, that has been a breath of fresh air to just have space to talk about personal growth without having to lean into magical thinking, without having to lean into stuff like the law of attraction. And I think that's been really well with people. So this literally today, it's been a year. Last year, this was Easter Sunday, and we launched our Sunday sessions. And so I said, you know what, the ex-pastor in me says, well, this is like church anniversary for us,
Right.
So you got to do something special for the anniversary season. And then I realized, I was like, holy snap, I'm going to be on the Secularizing US fundraiser on March 31st, and that's their official launch. And I'm like, man, isn't that amazing? Because our whole tagline is keep rising, and here you have secularizing. So I said, you know what? Let's just go ahead and make this the rising season, man. This is the keep rising season. As a Christian, I would always say he is risen. That was the whole thing about this time period. It's he is risen. And now it's like, no, we are risen. We are rising. We are an evolutionary species. And so what we're doing is just taking this time from March 31st all the way up to April 20th, which is the traditional date for Easter. We're taking this time to celebrate human evolution, to celebrate life, to celebrate growth. And during that time, there's 4 different types of rituals that I'm really going to be leaning into. Rising reflections, or wake and bake, which is the way that I like to say it. Get up in the morning, get early, and reflect, get some of that mindfulness in you. Evolution,
now I feel so much better about it.
I told you, man, you'd love this guy. I knew it.
Yes. I love it.
Reflections.
I feel like we just all outed ourselves so hard, right?
Didn't it? Like it works. It works, right?
But also now I understand that beautiful what was it, banner you were showing me today with the keep rising
stuff.
Yes.
I saw some of the details of it, but now that Dorothy's sitting there explaining it, now I understand where he was thinking with that. I like that.
Yeah. So tell us some more about that, man.
Yeah. So then just evolution storytelling. So a big thing in the church culture was testimonies, right? And you talk about how God brought you over. And one of the things that we can do as humanists is talk about ways that we've evolved, talk about ways that we've grown, things that we've outgrown, things that we've grown into. As I remind people, growth is not always just a letting go. It's also a getting up. That's a major part of growth, is not just what I'm letting go of, but what I'm gravitating towards now. And there's some exciting conversation in that. And then just looking back over our own stories and reflecting over how we've evolved as individuals. There's some amazing storytelling capacity in that. And then acts of rising, which means during this season, I'm challenging everyone to focus on finding things you can do that elevate yourself or your community. Just little small acts of rising every day during this season to see what you can do to make a difference. And then last but not least, it wouldn't be a season, it wouldn't be a holiday season if there wasn't some feast and festivities. So, the whole point of having any type of designated day or time is to have an excuse to get together with other people. So if we don't do anything else with this, the whole point is you now have a whole season of excuses to say, let's get together, let's eat, let's have a good time, because conversations are the basic building block of community. If you
Mm.
want to build community, you got to have some excuses to hang out and talk, and that's where it
Yes.
starts at.
Yes, and that I love every single bit of that, man. This is something that we were feeling too, man. I mean, we recognized that there was a hole, there was a need, you know. And Drew Beckia said it earlier today, that church hole, that community hole, that that is really where a lot of the mainstream religious community is at these days. They're not doing all the apologetics. They're not reading Koinonia Greek.
No.
They're getting together and they're doing Easter egg hunts and potlucks and they're going bowling. And I guess maybe I really do like bowling. I talk about it a lot, man. How can we on the non-religious side, because we don't have that authoritarian kind of you have to stay here thing, how do we get people out to these events, and how do we get people to want to participate more?
Oh man, you know, I was actually talking to Chris and Ryan about this earlier this week, because I know for me, when I was in the church world, I studied church growth. That was kind of my passion. And I noticed that a lot of churches that didn't grow had a lot of things in common. And one of the biggest things in common that they didn't have, they just didn't pay attention to the people. They didn't pay attention to what the people were gravitating to. And it's like you just hit the nail on the head when you say these churches that are big and are growing, they're not doing Koinonia Greek. They're not walking through the fivefold ministry. They're not walking through soteriology, eschatology, or any of that. They're talking about living your best life now, you know. And the reason they're leaning into that is because they realized at the end of the day that people don't really care about theology. They care about therapy. People want to go to a place that actually makes them feel better about being alive. Which is why one of the reasons I've even challenged people. I said, you know, when you look at some of these churches, I got to ask you, where else are people going to go on any given Sunday and get a hug and a smile just for being there? And that cannot be overstated, you know, as a social species, that cannot be overstated. And so I think that the biggest thing, what we have to do is just to focus on making it attractive. And the way you make it, that's how you win the war of attrition. You win the war of attrition by making it attractive. And that's not some cute, fluffy word. Attractive means building something that people want to gravitate to, which means we have to just pay attention. We have to ask questions. We have to get people into those conversations. What do you want? What would you come to on a regular occasion? What would drive you here? You know, without someone saying you need to be here every week. You know, I mean, of course, miss when you need to, because we don't want to mimic that. But if there was something that you could be doing every week that you felt plugged into your community, helped you be a better person, and help swing the pendulum of secularism, what would it look like? Because it will look different for a lot of people. Of course, I lean into the music and conversation. I'm ex-pastor, so that's easy for me. I got plenty of years of experience there. But it will look different for all of us. And the thing that I want to encourage people to do is like, that's the beautiful thing. This is the perfect time to experiment. We don't get to pick what it looks like before we do it. We got to get in the waters and play with it a little bit and see what different voices bring to it, because we will be surprised at all the different types of things that we can create. But the biggest thing for me is just making it attractive. By actually, what do people want to be doing? What do people need right now? What are people already gravitating to? When I was active in politics on the Black nationalism side, that was one thing that I would constantly tell the community. If you want to switch some things, you're going to have to, everything that your people are gravitating towards that's taking money out of their own pockets, you're going to have to create an alternative that replaces that. So at some point, if you know a great deal of your money is going to McDonald's, you need a Black Mickey D's somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same message that I would say to the secular community. We don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. where are people already flocking to? What are secular people doing on the weekends when they don't have anything else to do? How many secular people are hiding in church just because it's something to do?
Right.
And it's almost like the Field of Dreams things, man. Sometimes it's just pick a space and say, hey, I'm going to be here every week and let's see what happens.
Yeah. We got a surprising answer last week. We were having one of our conversation events, and somebody came up to us and said, you know what, I'd really like to tell people more about, and I'd really like to, I would host it, and I could obviously participate and that kind of stuff, would be a community garden. And we said, yes, absolutely.
How awesome would that be?
And since then, since we have told other people about that, every time I have told somebody else about that, you should see their eyes light up. Yeah, I would show up for that. I would hang out with my people for that, you know?
Yes.
And then it's going, you know, farm to table, literally. You're growing your own food, you're spending time with your people, you know, but it was just one of those things that people don't normally think of, but people can gather and bond around just something as simple as a community garden.
Right.
You know?
And Durante, I am so bummed because I have so many more things I need to talk to you about and I need to ask you about. But the good news is, if you are watching this and you're a fan and you're liking this secularizing idea, or if you're hanging out with us because you're a fan of Bridge City and what Durante has been building, the cool thing is we are going to be working together and we are going to be connected because we are on the same path. We are on the same mission. And I am just thrilled to see this grow. So please, before we kick you out so rudely, tell everybody where they can find you, man.
Yes. Thankfully, my mama gave me a unique enough name that wherever you type it, it's going to lead to me. So if you're on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Google, Amazon, you can find me in all those places. I write books. I make content. I am doing everything I can to move humanity forward and use this little time that I got left to make up for a lot of lost time that I spent on the side of superstition. So if you type my name in, you're going to find a lot of stuff.
Thank you so much for everything you do, man.
We'll be talking
Thank
soon.
you for having me.
Absolutely, man. All right. Well, before we bring on the next guest, I have to say this. Look at that. We just broke 2K, man. That is so incredible. We got 666 from the Kentucky Atheists. Thank you so much. And if you guys don't know about the Ark Encounter protest coming back this year in July, you absolutely need to go check that out. And of course, $250 from someone's mom. I have known someone for many, many years, and I appreciate them. Their mother has always been there for me. So someone's mom, seriously, thank you so much. And that means that we actually got that match, you guys. We hit that freaking goal, which technically means you can add $500 to that $2,100 on the screen. Gary, we are under $400 from breaking 3K. Do you think we could do that?
I hope so.
I would love that. Guys, if we can break 3K before this was over, that might be the closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen. Well, before we go converting and everything, we are just going to keep it rolling because we have some other absolutely wonderful people. We are not done yet. Can we bring up the always amazing Hell's Bells, Helen Green, and Dr. Tapioca Weasel himself? 3 weasels in a trench coat, folks, right here on screen.
3 weasels.
Thank you.
Yay!
Canonically, it's 5.
Right, 5. Well, thank you.
I haven't heard from all of them very recently, so you know, who knows?
Yeah, could be lost. Magnets could have gotten them. But first, before we get completely off the rails, because I knew that this section would be very much that. The 3 of us, anytime we've ever hung out, it always gets wild. It always goes off the rails right away. But Helen, please tell everybody where they can find you and some of the amazing stuff that you have been doing. You have been involved in a lot of things for a while. So tell everybody all the cool stuff.
Yeah. So I started invading other people's YouTube channels when I started in this space and promoting recovering from religion. And now I have my own channel called Free Thinkers Fireside, where my tagline is putting the human in humanists, one cozy chat at a time. I started on twice. So if you want to be on my channel just slide into my DMs or email me at freethinkerfireside@gmail.com. I'm also a rotating host of the nonprofits on the ACA, and every Tuesday night, I go on TikTok Live on the ACA channel and talk to people what they believe in and why. So I do that as well. So, and so also, just so you know, I will be working with Durante with his Bridge City organization, and I'm also going to be volunteering with RFR Australia as the head of their growth, advocacy, and fundraising team. So I do many things.
You do a lot of things. And Dr. Tapioca Weasel, tell everybody about you and your background and how you became 4, maybe 5 weasels in a trash can.
Yeah, so I do not have nearly as long a list of accomplishments or contributions to the community at all.
I don't know if they're accomplishments.
I'm a physicist.
It's a list.
I don't even make content on YouTube. I entirely subsist by going on other people's channels. So yeah, I do Bad Science Sunday with Maya, who you had on just before Durante. So yeah, but it's great to be here. I like to talk about science and stuff like that. That's sort of my focus. Yeah.
So tell us, as a physicist,
oh boy,
do you find oftentimes the apologist sciencey arguments, do you find that they are well within the field of consensus scholarship, or like on the outside? What is your, because I'm not an expert, Gary's not an expert, we don't do that level of sciencey stuff, so we don't know, honestly. Frank Turek, tells us about infinite cosmos can't be a thing, and we accept it. Like,
yeah. So have you ever heard of the heat problem?
Yeah,
I have.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
I'm in perimenopause, so yes, I have heard the flashes all the time.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's probably my go-to for the sort of counter-apologetics. That's specifically like young Earth creationism. I would say that there are some claims that they sometimes make that, if you squint and look only at a particular context, you can make the argument, but generally, no. Generally, no. I don't think all of the claims about cosmology are, very speculative and not really necessarily based in anything. But it's, I find the sort of young Earth creationism stuff and things like that are particularly egregious and terrible. And yeah, so but that's what happens when you take like the Bible and you try and treat it as a science book.
Sure.
Right.
It has some ideas. It tells you how you should manipulate the offspring of your cows by putting patterns on blankets or something in front of I can't remember,
sticks or something.
So I'm sure people have tried that. Doesn't have a great track record, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, Helen, one of the things I know that you have done for a long time in this space is worked with people that are kind of deconstructing. They've kind of maybe they had those silly beliefs about mating cows and their offspring colors, and they were persuaded out of them, but they're still struggling with that. What have you found in that process to be one of the most helpful things for those people kind of going through that difficult time?
I think the thing that matters the most is, as you've discovered, is community. It is because when you have the church structure, you have that built-in community. You have people that are going to reinforce beliefs, but also you have friends. You have people that that like, hey, my water heater broke, and you have some guy that's going to be like, hey, I'll come over and fix your water heater. Like, you have this kind of plugged in community of people with different skills, people also that you form relationships with, you form friendships with, that you call when, like, you know, hey, I'm really struggling with this. You know, I just need an ear. Yeah, sure, I'll come over. You know, hey, I'll bring you out for lunch and we can talk. Like, that goes away when people leave religion, and finding new community. And we've talked about this, and it's one of the things that listen, y'all, I know when you leave religion, it's scary and getting involved with groups, it's scary. I get you, but what you need, like, use your spidey sense. Like, if something feels off, like, listen to that part of your brain, but also too, if people are welcoming and responsive and want to be there for you, you're going to have to take risks. You're going to have to, if you want to find community again, you're going to have to kind of put yourself out there. And I know it's hard for people, because when you're, and also like separating belief, and also learning to separate belief from people, because someone can be religious, but they could also be a wonderful, kind, supportive person. But also too, if you want to be more a part of like the skeptic, you know, secular, you know, atheist, you know, free thinker world, you're going to have to plug yourself into those communities. And a good place to do it is on Meetup. Go on Facebook, go on your social Instagram, go look for people in your area. And if they're meeting at a Panera Bread on a Tuesday night at 7 p.m., go. And if you find after a couple meetings that these are your people, you can jive with them, great. If you don't, it's kind of like dating. You are dating your secular group. And sometimes you have to put yourself out there to be the starter of such secular group. So, and that's really the biggest thing, is people really need to connect with community and finding support outside of religion. And it's going to be hard. I'm not going to pretend it's easy. Unlike me, who will talk to anybody, because I love attention. It's not so bad for me. But other people that, you know, are kind of in that in-between space, that are just like, I don't want to get involved. Like, what if it turns out to be cult, or it turns out to be weird, or you know, I get that, and I totally understand that. But
I love that.
You gotta jump into the pool, guys. Like,
at some point, right? I love that. I love that. And Weasel, I know, again, the level of knowledge that you have is far beyond my own. And what I want to understand is how do we get the average person to be more excited about that deep knowledge and information? Because I think we all are in the same place of agreeing that will help a lot of these individuals that have these harmful beliefs, right? So how do we do that? How do we get people more excited about learning cool stuff?
My strategy is I kind of geek out and I get really excited, and a lot of people have told me that that's contagious, right?
What I like.
So I mean, it's pretty.
That's what you do.
It's true.
So like I'll tell them about, you know, what I do at work, or what other people do. Like I was talking to Jillian when we were taping a show the other day about how there's this awesome experiment where they assemble anti-hydrogen from anti-protons and anti-electrons that they have to store in giant accelerator rings, and then launch them together so that they kind of like meld up, and then they catch them in a giant magnetic trap. And then they had to invent a new type of laser to shoot lasers at them, all so that we could finally do the experiment of, does antimatter fall down?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So did we get the answer? Hold on.
Why would that be the answer? It does fall down.
Okay.
But that's not the only reason that they were doing that. We were also doing that particular experiment, you know, they were doing also to test all sorts of like fundamental theories. It turns out that if you measure like how electrons move around a hydrogen really, really, really well, then it can tell you about the like earliest moments in the universe, because it's connected to like particle physics and things that happen at that level. I'm not a particle physicist, so I talk about like shooting lasers at normal atoms, not atoms made out of antimatter.
Right, right.
But-
Nothing crazy. Yeah, just shooting lasers at atoms. I mean,
listen,
come on, we all do that.
I understood a lot of that as words. I heard words, and I think I followed. Please don't ask me if this is going to be on the quiz.
No. Yeah, no. I mean, it's a lot easier when you have like pictures and stuff, which is why like documentaries. I think like everybody loves a good science documentary.
Yes.
Right. One that shows you a lot of cool stuff before. And makes you want to be like, wait, how did that happen? Like that's really crazy. I mean, it's like the amoebas that like spread, like it's a single cell amoeba and it's like 5 feet wide and can crawl around. How does that work? I don't know. I'm not a biologist.
Yeah,
they're big.
That's
huge
weird.
Unicellular things.
I get excited about bioluminescent shark. That's my thing. I've
you
talked
do.
about that a good bit, and I'm sure somebody out there also knows about my love of leaf sheep, which are these like slugs that like steal the chloroplast from the plant that they live on and like eat off of. It's really cool. They can do photosynthesis because of it. Also, they just happen to look adorable, you know? So I don't know. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm on a firefly kick right now, and how they're tracking
Nice.
different fireflies in different populations, and why in certain populations like they're starting to decline because of light pollution, but also there's other areas of where they are increasing in in their natural environment. So I've been in this weird firefly space lately, and it's really fascinating. So you know, everybody's got their thing right now.
Everybody's got their thing. That is true. That is true. And we all know that for Dr. Tapioca Weasel, it is definitely magnets. But before you respond to that, doctor, we unfortunately are in that time where I am going to unceremoniously kick you out. But Helen, please tell everybody about all the wonderful things that you do and where they can find you.
Okay, so if you want to find me, just go to Freethinkers Fireside in the YouTube algorithm and just or you can put in my name, Helen Green, or Hell's Bells, and my stupid face will show up. So just look for me there. Subscribe to the Nonprofits, the best show on the atheist community of Austin. And also, you can find me on my social medias and also on TikTok. So look for me there. That's where I am. You'll find me.
Thank you so freaking much, Helen.
You're welcome. I love you. And I'm so excited for this, and I can't wait to help you and make all the money. I'm so excited.
Thank you so much. Weasel, tell everybody where they can find you and support you.
I co-host Bad Science Sunday on Maya Adkisson's channel every Sunday night at 9:30 Eastern. And otherwise I'm sometimes other places.
Right. You're out there firing lasers, doing the Lord's work or the anti-Lord's work, something like that.
There we go.
You're doing the space lasers.
Somebody has to fire the laser.
That's right. Well, guys, I really, really appreciate you. But it won't seem like that when we just kick you out of the studio here in about 30 seconds. So thank you so much, you guys. I really, really appreciate you being here.
All right.
And we have been going for quite a while, you guys, but we aren't done yet. And I just want to say, as a reminder, thank you all so much for everything that people have done. There has been so much support already. We got another $10 from Hard Determinists. Guys, again, we have broken the 2,500 mark because we got another $500 that was pledged, and you guys were able to come through and support and get those matching donations. So thank you so much. If there's anybody else out there, $5, $10, if you have a rich uncle, just go ahead and bug him, because we're not done yet with the show. We still have, I know you're thinking, how can there possibly be any cooler people to come on?
I don't know. I saw the notes and I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, we've got these two individuals are I mean, kind of legends in the space a little bit, right? We have Mandisa Thomas of Black Nonbelievers and Glenda Jordan. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you so freaking much for being here. How are you doing?
Oh my goodness. Well, I was flying in by the seat of my pants because I was just in a panel about misogyny and patriarchy and Abrahamic faiths, which was a great conversation that's over at RFRX that we host every Monday. If you go to RFR recoveringfromreligion.org, we host a weekly series. Mandisa has been one of our guests on this. It's just like a weekly online meeting. We can get together and talk about shit. And the shit we were talking about today was sexism in the church, which is, as you know, pretty broad topic.
Yeah. Is there sexism in the church? I didn't. Is there a little bit? Yeah.
Maybe a little.
Just a bit.
Zhuzh, as we say.
And Mandisa, please tell everybody about the awesome community building that you have been doing for quite a while.
Well, good evening. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to see you again, Glenda. For those of you who aren't familiar, I'm the founder and president of Black Nonbelievers. We celebrated our 14th anniversary this year as an organization. And we are, thank you so much. We just completed our very first Revival of Reason in the Atlanta, Georgia area last year. It is a culmination of the advocacy on behalf of non-religious people and Black communities, that representation, and also normalizing atheism and discourse around religion in Black communities, which is still extremely, extremely important, especially as we see more people leaving and questioning. And so yeah, I've been very, very fortunate and honored to be a part of building not just only my organization, but being a part of partner organizations, like Recovering from Religion, like American Humanist Association, all of the other, and also just helping to increase the representation of Black leadership, and also just the public faces, because we talk so much about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we still need more work done there, regardless of what we see this current administration trying to diminish and also just decimate. So we have been doing our part over the last 14 years in media representation, meeting with people, holding various events nationwide, sponsoring student scholarships, co-sponsoring student scholarships, and just really being that community support that so many people need.
Yes, and you are right here with us here down in the Bible Belt. You're down in Georgia, so just a little bit further than us, but not actually that far. We are only a few hours away from each other, and so yeah, I hope to be just like we're working with Durante coming forward in the season. I hope to be working with Black Nonbelievers more and shouting things out and getting more attention to you guys. I'll say, Glenda, we are thrilled because there are two local chapters of Recovering from Religion here in the Middle Tennessee area. We've got one right here in Nashville, and then down in Murfreesboro. And it is so wonderful that there are these spaces for people, and that you two and other individuals like you have been holding that space for these marginalized communities for so long. I want to ask just a little bit, how can we do better? I think it's wrong to say that we haven't done anything, but if we feel good about where we're at right now, I'd really challenge everybody that is probably just complacency. So what can we do?
Well, first of all, I for those who don't know, my hometown is Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I was raised on a farm there. I grew up there my whole life, went to school in Knoxville. So you are already doing, actually, this is the second time I've said this phrase tonight, which is funny and ironic, but you're already doing the Lord's work. You really are, by having a community at all, because Murfreesboro, again, where I grew up, if it's even 1% of what it was when I was being raised there, that place needs communities like this, needs spaces for people to exist outside of a belief system.
Yeah.
It needs support. It needs community. And after the pandemic and considering the current administration, we need this more than ever. And so a place where people can actually physically put their bodies and go and have a community, which is really important. And I'm very sorry to the people who are home buddies who just want to stay behind a screen. It's not that that's not important and valuable in what we all do, but if you're within the area, like actually physically get out, put your body in that space, like show up, make some noise, be there in person. And if you can, if you have the ability to, with the many hands make light work, consider volunteering and doing something like donating to the campaign, because shit ain't free. So we have to have funds to be able to get stuff working. Which is why we're here in the first place.
Right. And kind of in that vein, Mandisa, you've got this awesome poster behind you talking about CCon. This is a really cool event that Black Nonbelievers has done for a few years now. Tell everybody about it so they understand the type of tangible events and community building that Black Nonbelievers recovering from religion have been doing for years, and we're hoping we can also kind of take part in. So yeah, what is CCon? How can people do that?
Yes, so BNCCon is our annual cruise convention that we have been doing since 2017, and we feature guest speakers. Daryl Ray was one of our speakers in 2019. We've had the opportunity to feature some very, very monumental people and also up and coming activists that are coming out of not just the secular community, but also from the Black non-religious demographic, right? So again, Black Nonbelievers has been instrumental in providing information, research, groundwork, foundational community building, that representation, what it looks like to see more of us coming together and gathering. And so we get together for about a week or so. This year, we're going to be back on the Carnival Horizon for 6 nights, and it's a mixture of fun. It's a mixture of guest speakers, workshops, and discussing issues that are definitely important to non-religious life. And also, we've had people who have come. Shout out to Ricky Callwood. Glenda, y'all are familiar with Ricky.
Oh my God.
He comes to everything that we all do. He has been on every single CCon that we have done. And he lives in St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and he makes it a point to come to and support the events and the initiatives that are important to him. So we don't just sit in a room and just simply listen to speakers all day. We play, we host talks about like sex and sexuality and how that pertains to us as non-believers. We had the opportunity to feature Teddy Reeves, who is the religion curator at the National Museum for African American Culture, where Black Nonbelievers was represented in their documentary God Talk. So which unfortunately we're seeing this administration trying to gut now, but we have, like I said, we have our sessions, and then we have group dinners together. We participate in like the various activities on the ship. We may do certain shore excursions together, but it really is a bonding experience. It is like a retreat for people to get to know each other. And it also gives people an opportunity to travel differently. Because the one thing liberation includes living your life differently and also doing things that you have never done before. We have so many first-time cruisers who have never experienced that type of travel before, and probably because they've been wrapped up in their church communities for so long. And plus they've never been around a group of non-believers. So it really is that quintessential experience. And you're on a ship, right? They're big, but it's also small. So it really is an opportunity for us to really get together, learn more. And everyone who comes along, who has ever been on a BN cruise or at a BN event, learn so much. They learn so much about the challenges that we face, particularly as a demographic, and also what can be done. And the one thing I would say, most of all, is to support the women doing the work. Whether we are cis women, we are trans women, women of color, all of the women that are doing the work. If we are going to change around anything in this community and build up the diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have to do more than just simply put the women up front, but definitely put some support behind the work we do so that we can continue our collaborations. That is going to absolutely be important here. And just like Glenda said, show up, go, you don't necessarily have to be like full and out on the forefront, but you can work behind the scenes, you can chip behind the scenes, and it only takes a few dollars. Nobody's closing the door to demand $40,000,
oh my God.
Out of nobody's doing it. But I will tell you something. I know one thing. Even $10,000, even if that can help us a lot.
It can change a lot for everybody in here and so many people in communities. And Glenda, I can't let you go without at least telling a little bit about the RFR excursion, another phenomenal event that a great organization has been doing for a while. So tell us about that.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I can't wait because I want to just info dump about the excursion. So again, yes, I am a volunteer for an organization known as Recovering from Religion. We are dedicated to providing hope, healing, and support and resources for those struggling with issues of doubt and non-belief. And just like Black non-believers, we host an annual get-together for our clients and our therapist team and our psychologists. And we all get together for like a camping trip in the woods. That's not quite rustic camping, or there are cabins, so you're not necessarily intense. And it's basically like all the good things about church camp with none of the bad stuff. We have a bonfire, we eat good food. I am in charge of a really decadent, ridiculous, hedonistic grazing table spread, which I think Wendy has experienced before, so she knows that I'm not full of shit when I say that I put a lot of effort into it. And we get together and we have nature walks and lecture series. I've given a few lectures. It's really transformative and life-changing in a non-revival kind of way, I promise. We do have therapists on site and psychologists on site to provide support for anyone who needs it. We do also offer a subsidy program for lower income folks because we want this to be accessible for people. This is not a money-making venture for us. Again, we are still a nonprofit. We, just like Secular Rising, we depend on donor dollars from people who have the ability to extend those resources. So the excursion, I am beyond excited this year. It's such a wonderful time every year. This last year, we had a fire ceremony that was truly life-changing. It was one of the most profound experiences I've had of people letting go of some very deep religious trauma in a very symbolic way. It was wonderful. Again, please go to our website, the excursion. The info will be posted soon. I'm very, very excited. And yes, and I will be also at NanoCon later in the summer.
Right.
Going back to my hometown. Woohoo!
That's right.
That's awesome.
That's right. We're gonna take over the South.
Yeah, I will be there as well. There is a band's going to be tabling, and there is a, I will say in advance, there is a planned performance with Godless Gospel. If you aren't aware of Godless Gospel, we are working on a performance with that, and it's fantastic music. And just like Recovering from Religion, Black Non-Believers is also a 501c3 organization, and we do offer subsidies to folks who may not be able to afford the full cruise fare. We try to keep it economical. If you've never been on a cruise, they can be paid in installments, and we try to make sure that it is feasible for everyone who attends, because we realize that it can be an undertaking. We promote it and announce it a year in advance to give people time to prepare, but we also do seek sponsorships. We like to shout out to Compassionate Choices, who has been a huge partner with CCON and other BN events. They're the Medical Aid in Dying end of life preparation organization, and they have been very instrumental in providing those resources for our community. So I'm happy that we built up such wonderful partnerships, and we look forward to a partnership with Secular Rising, and also how to build and also and maintain more tangible communities and what that looks like for representation. So absolutely, being in the Atlanta area, no, we're not far from Nashville.
That's right.
At all.
We're neighbors. We're gonna be
Yeah.
hanging out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Please, I know so many people know already, but please, Mandisa, tell everybody where they can help support and get involved with your organization and Black Nonbelievers.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, we are at blacknonbelievers.org. We are on YouTube at Black Nonbelievers Inc. We host a live stream show called In the Cut every first and third Saturday of each month, where we feature special guests. This coming Saturday, we will be live. I'll be in Washington, D.C. at the Summit for Religious Freedom. I'll be one of the speakers there. You can find us on Instagram at Be Nonbelievers Inc., Facebook at Black Nonbelievers. We're on Blue Sky at BeNonbelieversInc.bsky.social. We are on the other Bird app, but that app. But yeah, we try not to advertise that too.
Yeah, whatever it's called.
But yeah, you can find that. Yeah. But yes, please do. Yeah, you can definitely find us all over the webs, all over the interwebs at blacknonbelievers.org for sure.
Thank you so much for being here. And Glenda, please tell everybody how they can come out and support RFR and all that incredible work.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little sassy just now, but I can't help it. Sorry, not sorry. Yes, please check out our website, recoveringfromreligion.org. We've got more resources than you could shake a stick at. There is so much out there that we offer. We've got a massive resource page. We have a huge YouTube channel, Recovering from Religion. We've got all that stuff. It's fantastic. It's all that stuff is going to be right there. We also have Facebook. We're on Blue Sky, TikTok. I don't really have TikTok, but it's there. We're on there. So yes, that's how you can check us out.
Thank you both so much. And even though I said all of those very nice things, and they are true, I am still going to very rudely kick you off the stream. But thank you both.
That's fine. I got to go back to my panel discussion. So please kick me off.
Thank you guys so much for helping. This was absolutely amazing. Can we get that up one more time, that donation stream? We have $25 from Gail Jordan, $69 from Michael Vandegraff, $20 from Bob Athenat, $25 from Michelle Delude, and I saw $16.10 from HR Johnson. Guys, this is insane. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I am blown away, you guys, by all the support. We cannot thank you enough. One of the things you probably noticed tonight is there were a lot of different organizations out there that have been holding space for our people in various different ways for a long time. And one of the biggest things that we want with this organization is to be championing and supporting those groups, and to be connecting and platforming the various diverse voices that are here in this community and are doing great work. And I gotta say, I am just blown away by the amount of people that have shown up and helped us out. Not only all the guests, but Ethan, Michael, and Cynthia McDonald producing everything in the background and making sure that everything is running smoothly. So Gary and I can just sit here and nervously shake under this table. Plus, we also had a fantastic crew of mods that were out there. Best Name Ever, Ascalon, Q, Ways to Human, Nika, Cull, Nate DeMelfi. I'm tight in Uranus. I said it again. He does that on purpose. Guys, I thank you all so freaking much. And I am thrilled to let you know that this is just the beginning. This is the launch, like Durante said. This is the beginning of what this organization is working towards and what we're going to do. This donation link is not going down. It's not going away or anything. You can find all of our videos that we have already posted out there. You can find that on YouTube. You can hit us up on the Twitters, the TikToks, all the things. And we even have a Patreon.
Yeah.
If you say to yourself, hey, look, I really want to support this on a regular basis, you can do that. And you can get all that content first before anybody else does. So I know in the coming weeks and the coming months, we will be shouting back out at people about 1,000 different ways that they can help out and they can support. And I'm thrilled to see where this all goes for sure. But I gotta be honest, Gary.
All right, lay it on me.
4 hours in,
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to bed. Shortly, so unless you have any objections, man, I say we wrap it all up and we let everybody get out of here. So.
Let's do it.
Thank you all so freaking much. This is not The Last of Us, I promise you. Stay tuned because we've got a lot of really incredible things coming for 2025. Thank you all so much, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.